Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, where am I? I'm asleep at the switch. That's where I am. I'm asleep at the switch. Sorry about that. Hang on. Let me go back. Let me go back. Okay, here we are. Let's go. Let's start the show all over again. Oh my God. I should actually cancel it, delete, and then start over again. But yeah, these things happen. But I'm here. I'm here. Thanks a lot, everyone. Yeah, you gotta let me know that I'm asleep at the switch. That's for sure. Where am I? Asleep. That's for sure. Thanks a lot for turning on that subs only and checking out the show here with us. Appreciate that. We're sitting in the studio here today, trying to do my thing here, and I was watching the big event there yesterday because in Canada we had the King showed up in Canada. Oh, did he really show up on his own? How did he end up coming to Canada? What was the whole thing all about? I don't know. We'll talk about that. Yeah, it's a beautiful day outside. Check it out. It's this is what the scene is looking outside of my window. This is the Elmline streets of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and this is the Crystal Gondola. This is what I'm looking at, looking outside of my window, exactly what you're looking at. Thanks a lot for joining me here today. Got lots of good people in the chat joining us. We've got, let's see, Paths and Places. Hey, good to see you. Dash and Grandma, I gave you a wrench there, Dash and Grandma. You're a regular in the chat here. Once in a while, I like to give a regular person that's at least, on my side of the fence, right? You have to be on my side of the fence pretty much to get a wrench in the channel here. And I appreciate you coming down here and checking out the channel and being a good supporter of the channel. Harry the Howler Dog. I'm not too sure who that is, but I see your POS Charles in there, which, yeah, I don't necessarily not like Prince Charles, but I don't like the kind of things that he stands for. And we'll talk about that. Edward Cam, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Yeah, did you see what happened to the wall, to the big wall? Got struck by lightning, and wow, I wonder if that's a sign of God taking some action against the whole BLM thing that was going on there. I don't know. Who knows? Don Humphreys in there. Good to see you. Coming in from the UK, Don Humphreys. Big ups to you. Thanks a lot for popping in. You didn't miss anything at all because I was just talking to myself there while I had the logo up here, and I forgot to press the very last button, which brought my stream onto the StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard here, using like a bunch of different software to get my video and whatever and audio online here. And yeah, I wasn't awake this morning here, Mater. I was asleep at the switch, basically, is what happened. So yeah, where am I? It's like, where's Waldo? Where's Tommy Temper Waldo? Well, I'm here. So yeah, thanks a lot for being so concerned. Because, it's like, it doesn't do you much good to be just looking at something like yeah, not much of a show in that case there. So thanks a lot for waking me up to let me know about that. Yeah, there you go. We got your wrench there now, Dash and Grandma. Please take away moderator status. No, you deserve to have a wrench. Just don't use it. If you don't use it, then we're doing okay. Oh, what's that? Package no longer seen. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I got a notification on my phone here. Package no longer seen. Wow, I don't care about that. That was probably my wife leaving there in the morning. Something like that. Okay, I'll take your wrench away. I should have actually asked you. Okay, good compromise. Yeah, keep the wrench because it shows that you're an active participant in the chat, but you don't have to do any moderation. In fact, most people with a wrench don't do moderation in my chat. It just is a sort of a sign of affection, that you come to the channel when I go live, and I like that you come around. There's only a few people that actually do use a wrench, like Mater. Mater probably would use a wrench. Maybe ABD, depending on who might come around here. Yeah. But anyways, thanks a lot for popping by and saying hello. Appreciate that. Yeah, just a little bit of tech difficulty. It's a case of not going live that often and forgetting to do something when I normally go live, right? I.e., if you run StreamYard and you know how you have to add yourself to the actual stream. Yeah, I forgot to add myself to the stream, so it ended up whereby my stream started with nothing except just me talking to myself and looking at the chat and not really realizing that I wasn't on stream. And the reason for it is because I was looking at my production software. I use OBS, and over on OBS, I'm there, and my audio's there, and everything looks pretty cool. But I funneled the OBS. I start up something known as a virtual camera from the OBS studio and feed the virtual camera over to StreamYard. And then from StreamYard, I have to click that very last button, which is add to the stage, add to stage button. And I forgot to add to the stage. So there you go. But anyways, we're doing good. We're doing good. It happens. Yeah. Okay. But anyways, yeah, let's take a look at chat here. I guess he left us in here to play by ourselves. Yeah, exactly. You guys are, that could be dangerous. Yeah, we might have to just do a stream where it's just nothingness except maybe a bit of music or something like that. Her DOA is staying at, where? At who? At who's there? TC's? Yeah, that's why he took the channel down. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there about a channel down. You have to enlighten me about that. What channel got taken down? I was watching DOA this morning, and I hate, I was trying to be so friendly to DOA. DOA, because he said to me, he said, Tommy Temper, I don't mind if you restream me. You can restream me, whatever. But he didn't really like me. He didn't like the fact that that I wasn't really on his side when he was, over in DC doing his stuff there. But things have gone like completely different to where he's sort of shunned anyone and everyone that had anything to do with the convoy type stuff back in the long time ago, the old days, basically up until the Scientology, right? So if you knew DOA before Scientology, you were basically shunned by him, and you're like, oh well, you let people in your chat that call my or say they're going to eat my cat or something like that. And and I always thought that this eating the cat business was like, give me a frickin' break. It's like DOA is like an actor, right? And he's got a couple of channels. Now, which channel he took down, I have no idea. But one of the channels got taken down. Oh, hang on here. What have I got happening on here? Have I got my chat coming up on here? How the heck is my chat showing up on here? But anyways, I can see the chat showing up on the stream here over there. And I don't know how it's appearing there at all because I don't see it on my software here at all. So I don't know what's going on there. But anyways, it's cool that it's on there, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, Troll Central. No, I don't think he's Truth or Cops, Troll Central, TC. Not sure what the TC is all about. But he's definitely, when listening to DOA, he's in a kind of a languishing state. It's like he lost his lover, and he lost his the people that like us guys that were like have known him for a long period of time. He's basically shunned all of us from his channel, so we can't even go in there and talk because we're banned, right? And he's got sort of a whole about 300 people that are watching him, and I don't know whether they're watching him to support him or watching him to like go down in a downward spiral, because he sounds like he's in a downward spiral right now. He's always like, oh, it's like, and it's the whole Scientology group and all the people in there, and he keeps talking about the same people over and over and over again. And it's just consuming him, absolutely consuming him. And I noticed that with some streamers, that they get consumed by other streamers, right? Because that's all they do is they start up their stream and they start ragging about other streamers that have done them in or done them bad or whatever. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about as well. Not only DOA but other people. And for that reason, I don't really want to get into a hate fest between myself and any other streamers out there, because it just consumes you. It does you no good, does them no good, does, of course it's maybe entertainment for the people out there. But at the end of the day, it's just not that great. Not that great at all. I think that we can do a little bit better than that. Yeah, you've got, some DOS and, some of those people there are doing hit pieces on DOA there all the time, which of course is really easy for them to do because he's like in that downward spiral. And, I hate to see anybody, go down and then be beaten down by a bunch of other people, but that's exactly what's happening. But he's kind of put himself into to the situation because of his messing with Scientology. And, I guess the lesson is that if you want to mess with Scientology will mess back with you. And, now I don't know if he still has that ankle bracelet on. I assume that he still does because I heard him talking about it. He's not happy with, his girlfriend there, Laura FM, or ex-girlfriend, I should say. And he's not happy with what other people are saying about Laura. And, it's just in a sort of a state of being at the bottom of the barrel. And he can only, put it this way, he can only go one way from here, which is to go up from where he's at, because he's at the bottom. You got to get up into court, get those felonies or whatever looked after, and then it will probably be able to move on with life a little bit. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to get on his bad side at all. My take with DOA was that he was doing his own thing, kind of a loner, and if he didn't like you or something, he would just ban you. You know what I mean? Or not talk about you, or whatever, talk about you in not such a great light. Whereas I like to like people. I like to not talk negatively about people. I like to be, like a happy kind of a person. And hey, Super Salty, good to see you in there. Crime in America in there. Good to see you. AP's Cat, good to see you in there. And ABD, of course, holding her up. Butterflies are free in there. Yeah, good to see everyone. I might have missed some people there. I'm up back at the beginning of the chat here again. And Super Salty, good to see you. Good to see you coming in from San Diego. Yeah, some action happening down there in San Diego. I saw that you had an airplane crash into the residential area there. A small plane crash or killed some people. So sorry to hear about that happening down there. Hopefully your weather is doing well down there. Up here, we're starting to get some good weather where we're into the mid 20s Celsius. So that's pretty hot weather up here in Canada. So we're really, really enjoying it here. Quack, hey, good to see you. Quack on the attack up here in Edmonton. Quack is somebody that I've actually met in real person. So good to see you up here and joining the channel. Big ups to you. And Crime in America has an ankle bracelet. Yeah. Yeah, that's the DOA thing. Everyone needs an ankle bracelet. Yeah, what have I been doing? I've been riding my bicycle a little bit, going downtown, shooting some videos down there. One of the Facebook groups that I'm, hey, thanks a lot for that membership. Member for 13 months. Yo, CJ in there. Thanks a lot for that membership purchase. Wow, CJ, you're really a great supporter of the channel. I really appreciate that, CJ. Thank you very, very much. Hopefully you're enjoying the hockey games. I don't know, seeing as you're a Calgary fan there, maybe not, but Edmonton, I saw the highlights of the game there yesterday, and Edmonton won 4-1, I think was the score. And excellent game. They got one more game to go, and then they can head on off to the finals. Okay, if they beat them one more game, so we're looking forward to that. Even the people in Calgary are celebrating that Edmonton is in the winning streak there. So thanks a lot for purchasing that membership, or that actually many months. What was that? 13 months. Wow, you're like a membership here for life here almost, with all the memberships that you've purchased. CJ, big ups to you. Really appreciate that. And yeah, what's going to happen here with the Oilers? Well, who knows? They may go on to win the championship, win that Stanley Cup. You never know. You never know. We've got a pretty good team, and they're doing quite well. There was a big fight down there in that moss pit down in Edmonton Center there. With the last game, I was watching some video on Facebook, but I run a Facebook group, or I do a lot of postings, I should say, and a lot of other people, help to run the group. It's called Edmonton Exposed. Edmonton Exposed. If you're Canadian or anywhere around Alberta here, you want to join up to Facebook Edmonton Exposed. And when I go out and about, I'd shoot videos, and I post those videos primarily on Facebook. I don't post very much of them on YouTube here at all. Once in a while, you'll see I'll post a vertical short on YouTube, but by far it's probably 10 to 1 over on Facebook. So if you're wondering what I'm doing when I'm not here, it's probably going to be over on Facebook. And also, I'm looking a little bit on X, but I'm having a little bit of trouble with being able to promote stuff on X and to add my comments to something else that I want to repost on X. So when I get that figured out, we'll go gung-ho. Right now, we're live on Facebook and on, if you can, maybe, give us a share over on Facebook. If anyone is over on Facebook, share us out there a little bit. In Canada here, and of course, I'm located in Canada. We have the ostrich thing going on, where you have a bunch of people over there supporting the ostriches, where the government is trying to kill, whatever, those ostriches over in British Columbia. And that whole thing is still going on. There was some kind of a rumor that there was some kind of a gun on a drone that killed one of the ostriches. I don't know how true that was. That maybe is fake news. I don't know. I don't know. Some of this stuff you just hear about, and then it's gone. And then you move on with the news. What else is going on? We had the King of England showed up yesterday. Now, this is what ended up happening. This is what the whole deal is. Carney, our prime minister, okay, I've seen him on a Zoom call. There's a Zoom call that's on X, and the Zoom call is with his wife and with the King Charles, on a Zoom call, talking about net zero, about carbon capture, about how they can get companies to sign on board and to pay the carbon price, and they want to get funds to go net zero, and just basically to set up a big scheme to bilk people around the world, in all countries around the world, to sign on to this net zero stuff, right? Which, of course, the United States, with Trump, he's smart enough to go, no hope in hell. I'm not signing on to this Paris climate accord. Got nothing to do with bilking people for climate carbon taxes and stuff like that. So, at least Trump is smart enough to not have anything to do with that. Well, in Canada, Carney and the globalists convinced the liberals, and of course Trudeau, who's no longer there, to bring on this carbon tax, and also the NDP, same thing with the New Democratic Party. They've been conned into believing that that a carbon tax should be paid by everyone, blah, 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 all the rest of it. And at the rest of the day, it's not a good situation. I don't know how the heck hang on. Show comments on stage. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm the one that did that. there. That's the comments on stage. There's a button called beta, and you can put the comments on stage there. Okay. And I flick that button on StreamYard, and that's how come the comments are actually showing up right there. I'm backwards on where I look in the monitor here, but there, I can see you coming in over there. So you guys are always coming in on stage there, so I don't have to do that. Yeah. Sherry Nova on the DOA thing. Yeah, I noticed that on his stream, people are saying that on his last couple of streams there, that people are not donating to him because, you know, you can only cry so much. And really, he's a smart enough guy to know that when you cry on your stream, people feel sorry for you and they donate to you, right? So he's been doing that for so long and getting people, and he's even today, he was saying, well, people have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to me, hundreds of dollars to me. You know, he actually said that. I heard him say that those three things. What, people donated $100,000 to him? Maybe over the course of all of his streaming and that. But lately, they're not donating to him because they're not really, maybe they're not falling for the fact that he's, you know, pouting so much and so sad, and he lost his girlfriend and lost his dog and lost his job and lost his his donations and whatever. Hang on, I need a drink of water here. Got my Starbucks water. Yeah, so excuse-moi. I had to cough a little bit there, but I didn't want to cough on air. Yeah, so he's definitely down at the bottom of the barrel there now. So I still cheer for Alberta. That's good. And for the hockey. Yeah, well, at least it's an Alberta hockey team that's winning, right? And Canadians, is it the only Canadian hockey team that's in the finals there as well? So you know, gotta give the Oilers a little bit of thumbs up for that as well. AMC Kingdom in there. Hey, good to see you. Carrie did a nice job calling out Leia in LC this morning. Oh, okay. That sounds good. Oh, yeah, with LC, Lincoln Kane. I know I talked about this on my last stream there, but Lincoln Kane was on there, and then Mosh was on there, and Mosh's ex-girlfriend was on there, and the two girls were on there, the two lesbians, and they basically bared their breasts and on camera, and we're doing a little tea action there, playing around with each other, and Lincoln's stream kind of went down for nudity, the old guideline issue thing. So that was pretty funny. I don't know if you saw that, but that wasn't the one last night, but it was a couple of nights ago that Lincoln had that stream on there. And that was funnier than hell to actually see that in real live life. And of course, once the stream is down, that's it. You never see it again. So it's like one of those things is like a once in a lifetime kind of thing. But it was funnier than hell to actually see that. So yeah, these things happen. But anyways, getting back to the King of England visiting Canada. So, I've seen them on a Zoom call where they have a globalist meeting talking about the carbon tax and carbon, how they're going to tax different countries and corporations and all the rest of it. So these guys are in bed in this net zero carbon bed. That's how Carbon Carney knows King Charles. And at the end of the day, I don't trust any of them at all, for that reason. Okay. After seeing that video, I'm going, wow, unbelievable. So what happened is Carbon Carney basically got the King of England. What he did, Carbon Carney took my money and Canadians' money and took our airplane, our Canadian airplane, government airplane, and I don't know what that airplane was, a 737 or something like that. Huge plane. It could probably, have hundreds of people on that plane, flew the plane over to the UK, picked up Carney and probably a few of his associates not Carney, Charles and Camilla over in England, and flew them over to Canada, okay, for this big spiel with the opening of the government, okay, because now that he's prime minister. And the funniest part about it was the speech that the king read, okay, was written by Carney and his liberals, okay? So it was like all of the talking points that Carney has been saying for the last, whatever, couple of months on his campaign. And I don't know that there was any of it that came out of the king's mouth as something that he came up with. I don't think any of it was. It was all written by the liberals, written by Carney, and it was like going back and listening to his campaign, his political campaign, and I was just shaking my head listening to him talk and thinking, what a shill for Carney. And he mentioned climate change and some of the other, typical stuff that he's been talking about the whole time. And it was, in fact, it was sickening. It was sickening for me to sit there and listen to it. It would have been different if it would have been the king speaking, from his own mouth, or have written his own script, to say something new that we haven't heard before. But in fact, he wasn't really saying anything. He was saying exactly what Carney wanted him to say. And Carney basically conned him, conned me, conned you, conned all the Canadians. And, the worst part about it is that the legacy media, I don't even call them mainstream media anymore, because all they are is the legacy, the old school, the way they're going out the door. They're losing viewers, and this legacy media like CBC, CTV, Global, all the rest of them, they're praising the whole thing. Where in reality, they should have been calling out the whole thing as being a con job by Carney, by Carbon Carney. Unbelievable. And the other one is we had Trudeau was there. Some of the other ex prime ministers were there. You had the prime minister of Canada, the ex prime minister Trudeau, who was there, and he ended up wearing a suit. He was wearing a suit, but look at this. He's wearing these shoes to meet the King of England. And he puts on some, I don't know what those are, Adidas or something like that. He's wearing freaking green and red running shoes with a business suit. What an idiot. Trudeau didn't give a shit about the king. You know what? And it comes back to me, back from, actually, I should put myself in the other corner there, because I've got the text over top of me here. Hang on, let me fix that for half a second here. Oops, hang on. Let me just get my studio. I'll put it up on top there. Okay, so when I show you stuff like that, I'll be up on top here, so that I'm up here and the chat is down below there. But anyways, there's Trudeau's shoes, and he's wearing a business suit. I'll give him credit for the business suit. But, his father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, did a pirouette behind the Queen, made fun of the Queen, and I was disrespectful of the Queen and the whole, empire. And we're seeing exactly the same thing here, where it is so disrespectful for Trudeau to not wear, like nice polished shoes, but instead he's wearing this with his business suit to meet the King of England. And it just shows that he has, disrespect for the King of England. Now, you may not like the King of England, and I don't necessarily, think that the monarchy is, something that we need to be funding here in Canada, because we're our own country now, right? But we are part of the Commonwealth. And if I was to meet the King of England, or be in the same room with the King of England, I would have a business suit on. I would have nice shoes on. I would be properly dressed. It's almost like when you go to visit with Trump, right? Trump didn't like it when Zelensky showed up in a I don't know what it was, some sort of military outfit. You know, he wanted Zelensky to at least put a suit on, suit and tie and shoes and stuff like that. Well, this is Trudeau being a typical Trudeau idiot, you know, ex-leader of our country, and it goes to show you that this is the kind of guy that he was even when he was running our country. So shame on Trudeau for wearing the running shoes to meet the king. Not that I like the king, and you know, that I think that the king should be, you know, have any say over what's happening here in Canada. The other thing is we've got the Pride Parade is showing up here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. For many years, the Pride Parade has not happened, but this year they're going to have a Pride Parade. Let's see, Edmonton will welcome back its Pride Parade this summer after a break of 6 years. The event is scheduled to be to take place downtown on August the 23rd. So I don't know if I'm going to go down there to the parade and do a video of it. They're going to probably call me out because some of the queers there over on Pride Corner know who I am, and they'll be yelling my real name there and trying to call me out and stuff like that. So, you know, I don't know. I'll have to think twice about going and videoing the Pride Parade. I'll probably get a strike or something on YouTube because there'll be some TNA and some bare breasts and stuff like that, and children running around. And yeah, I'll probably get a strike if I go and try and broadcast or video that Pride Parade. Even though, you know, people like maybe Edward Cam and, you know, some of the crew there, maybe Dean Wall would probably enjoy it if I videoed that, but I don't know if I'm actually going to do that. He's the king of Canada. Yeah, just no power anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it's all about. He's the king of Canada. Well, he's the king. He's the king of the monarchy. And the monarchy is like he's the monarch of the Commonwealth, and Canada belongs to the Commonwealth is where we're at. The same as some of these smaller islands and places like that, you know, or even Australia, right? We're sort of the same as Australia. We've broken away. We're our own country, but still, if you look at our money still has, you know, their faces on it. You know, I don't know what you know. I don't have a loonie or whatever right in front of me here, but King Charles is on the thing, on the money that we have here. So, you know, it's like he's still one of the people that is in our faces there all the time. Queenie, thanks a lot for that super chat. Why are my messages not being posted? I'm not playing. Hey, good to see you there, Queenie. Oh, hang on. Well, I don't know if you got any other messages here. Your messages, I don't know. I'm not really bringing messages up on the screen here, Queenie, but if you're posting in the chat, I would probably see what's going on in the chat. But I'm not really bringing stuff up here, short of the little screen here on the bottom right of your screen is bringing up the chat. So you should be in there. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, don't put anyone in the tank. If anyone is in the tank, don't put people in the tank. Okay, please. Let me just go into my settings here and just double check and see who's. Let me just see here. Community moderation, and just make sure that nobody is in there. Hang on. We got Mr. from customer service, Cam of Worms. Hang on, let me just X that out of there. Madeline Barentine, not sure who that is. Break it out. Praxis is in there. We'll leave Praxis in there. She-Hawk is in the tank. Edward Cam is in the tank. Jack Talcott is in the tank. Jerry Goulas is in the tank. Robert Lopez, I'll break him out. Maddie, I don't know who, you got a bunch of different Al Munsons are in there. Red Mama is in there. Edward Cam is in there. Cat Rex is in there. Bullets and Barbecue is in there. Of course, people are going to go, oh, leave them in there. Brownies Belong in a Tree. That's not a good one. That one will stay in there. I don't like that one. Yvonne Black. Yvonne Black? Not sure what that's all about. Edward Cam again. Another Al Munson. That's all caps in there. But I don't see you in there. Queenie, you're not in my tank. You weren't in there. So I don't know. But don't give Queenie a timeout. If anyone is not liking Queenie or something like that, don't give her a timeout. Let her say whatever she wants to say. Give her a little peace of mind there. So I don't know what's going on. But it's probably a mod like Ron Volts or something. There's Ron Volts in there. Yeah, Pirate is in the tank. So don't do that. Just give her a. She's not in. Yeah, Pirate was in the tank. Yeah, but don't give timeouts or something like that just for the hell of it. Okay, just if somebody does something really really wrong. Okay, yeah, might be a good thing to do, but otherwise not a great thing to do. So yeah, be nice today at least, and that'll be good. Thanks a lot for that super chat, Queenie in there. Queenie, I heard your mom is deathly ill, and you're going to be taking a trip to Winnipeg. I heard. So sorry to hear that. Condolences on anything and everything that's going on with you in your life there, and hopefully things get better. But it sounds like things are not great. And these things happen in life. I know my mother is no longer alive, and my father, both of them have passed away many years ago, actually. And yeah, it's really tough on you when things like that happen. I know that your brother just passed away there just recently too, so I hate to see that. So there you go. Hey, there's Brett in there. So what a boredom. Go live and hang out quietly. Hey, Brett, good to see you in there. Nice to see you popping in. There you go. We got Queenie back in there again. So whatever happened there, maybe somebody gave you a timeout. Yeah, don't time out anybody in here. I would, I know a lot of people have wrenches, and I like it that people have wrenches because you come back in here when I go live and whatever. We have more people in the chat, that kind of thing. And yeah, a little more fun when there's a lot of wrenches out there. So good to see everyone in there. Boy, what? Oh, boycotting TT channel. Brett in the chat. Yeah, well, Brett was kind of. I don't know. Yeah, Brett, you must be kind of boycotting my channel a little bit. And I know I popped into your chat there one day with my local thing. And you booted me out of there. Or no, you gave me a timeout or something and said, come in here as Tommy Temper, not that. But I was just using that, how you go and change your channel name or change to a different channel. And then I was just using that for the whole day, for the whole evening that I was on there. I wasn't trying to make fun of you or something like that. Yeah, it's a sad times for you there. Brother a couple of weeks ago, and now your birth mother in Manitoba. So it sounds like you're going to be making a trip to Manitoba. So we'll probably see you going live and doing stuff like that. I was watching you doing the so-called hit jobs on your last stream, put it that way, your last one or two streams there. So I've been watching what's going on there. I'm not into tearing people down or making fun of people or getting into fights with people, put it that way. I think it's more like that you guys are feuding, and I'm not really into feuding, as you know well. You've had your feud with me, but I really haven't had a feud with you. And try and be nice to everyone. Try and treat everyone with a little bit of friendliness. Jealous Psycho blowing up your phone. Mad Elm was in your chat. Oh no, Elm. Oh, old Elm. Yeah, there's Bullets. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, you're back in there. Yeah, well, I didn't see who was in my tank there for a while. So now I pretty much cleaned out everyone that was in my tank, unless you were somehow trying to make fun of me or any of my businesses or stuff like that. If you have a name with my business in it or whatever, well, that's not too cool. So you're still in the tank there. So, oh, look, we've got the magpie is back again. Magpie's got a bit of food in there. They seem to like bread. Most everything that they are eating is like slices of bread or stuff like that. They like whole wheat bread. I put some strawberries in there, but I don't know. They kind of went moldy, whatever, and they didn't really eat them all that much. There's some other citrus type things in there. There's an orange in there, but they haven't really taken the oranges away and done anything with them, so they're still sitting there. Got some fresh water in there right behind me, and the water, let's see here if I can pull it up here. It's kind of, oh, hang on, I went to fade to black there instead of this. Yeah, it's a really, really bright sunny day out here in Edmonton. Very clear, so I'm not getting much light on the water bowl there and the food dish there, but the birds are out there having a bit of fun. It's such a hot day, and there's not much water out there because it's pretty much evaporated. So my little water bowl there is about one of the few things around here where there's a little bit of something for the birds to drink. What else here? Oh, as you can see, I've got this new mic stand here, which is one of these articulating type of stands here. Getting a little bit of noise on it here. I don't have any extra lighting turned on in the studio. I'm just going off of window lighting around me here. And if my face changes a little bit, it's probably because I have a TV on in the background. Well, actually not in the background, right in front of me, facing this way here, which is kind of showing whatever, some news stuff on there. Actually, what I should do is put it on Fox television there or something like that so that I can, hang on here. If I put it on Fox, then I can see what's happening with the in the States. Yeah, because we got Trump with his different stuff. Oh, the latest thing that Trump has been saying is that he wants to make sure that Canadian lumber is taxed so that they can harvest lumber from the States to, wherever the lumber might be in the States. Maybe it's on lands or something like that are government lands that right now have some sort of, halt on whether or not you can harvest timber off of those lands. Well, Trump is changing that so that, there's CPAC. Maybe I should keep it on that channel. CPAC. And then when the government comes on there, because Carney is supposed to come on there and do his thing. If anyone sees Carney coming on with his first House of Commons thing there, let me know. Because I'll try and find it and bring it on here because I want to see Carney get grilled with the House of Commons there. Here we go. America Reports with Fox TV. Oh, hang on a second. What's going on? I'm not getting Fox TV. What about Bloomberg? I'm not getting Bloomberg either. It's almost like my channels here up in Canada have been shut off on me here on my cable TV. So I can't even watch any of that stuff anymore. Wow, that's not very good. Let's see, but yet, hang on. That one I can watch. This is weird. I like watching Fox TV. Oh, it only works if I restart the show, but I can't watch it live. That's weird. Kaylee is on there on Fox News there. But anyways, Trump is saying that he wants to harvest American timber. You've got the tariffs up against Canada for Canadian timber. I don't know exactly what the numbers are for Canadian timber, but this is really a hardship on up here in Canada where, in British Columbia and in Alberta, both places here, we harvest timber and then process it and sell it to the States. Lumber send lumber down to the States. So we've got those sanctions on there now, or not sanctions, but the tariffs. So Biden White House push narrative, he was fit to serve. Oh, they're still going on that one on the American TV here right now. Ditched and ignored, yeah. Let me keep her going here. No one timed you out. Okay. No one timed out. Okay, Christine says no one timed out. Christine, thanks a lot for that super chat of $2. Appreciate that. Getting a bit of action in here. Brett, stop whining. I see that one. Yeah, what's Brett doing there? I see Brett has been super chatting Troll Central there, which is kind of interesting there, Brett, that you're using the super chat technique there to get your word across there over on their channel, the Troll Central channel there. Queenie says, hey, I asked them to leave me alone, and they continue to come at me. This is what happens. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, you guys have a fight ongoing. You know, it's like if you say something about them and they don't like it, then they come back at you and say something, about you, and then you don't like it. So then you have a little bit of a war going on there, a tit for tat war. And that's what I see going on, I don't like to see that kind of stuff going on. Honestly, I don't. Like, really, like, as far as, like maybe, and you were a good friend, Queenie, of Pat's. Look, you supported Pat for many, many, many years, and it almost seems like something happened there where all of a sudden you just sort of changed right away, and then now you're at each other, and of course Pat has a new girlfriend there, and you're really going hard against her only because she's his girlfriend. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for Pat, you wouldn't have anything against her, and it's kind of sad to see that happening. But who am I to interfere in what you guys are up to? I haven't talked to Pat since the rodeo. Remember the rodeo? I talked to him, and I only talked to Pat for maybe about 5 minutes at the rodeo. And since then, I haven't talked to him on social media, phone call, or anything like that. I've never seen him come into my channel or say hi or anything like that. For all I know, he doesn't even know who I am or what I'm doing over here on YouTube. But obviously he knows what you're doing. So yeah, these things happen. ABD says you're blocked and you can't blow up my phone. Yeah, in between ABD and Brett, Christine, what always sticking your nose in? Yeah, that Brett and ABD. I wish to heck, what if a relationship is not working out, which obviously it's not. You two have to just play part and go your own ways. And just not even say or talk about each other. Don't bring each other up, and just go your own ways, and that's it. That's the way I deal with my problems. Like there are people that I've had fights with in the past, and at the end of the day, I end up just going, oh well, I'm just not going to phone them. I'm not going to talk to them. I'm not going to text them anymore, and just do my own thing. But the problem is it's easier to do that in real life than it is on the internet, obviously, because it's like you're watching each other. You watch each other like a hawk, and then anything that anybody says about the other person, ends up getting picked up, and then the war keeps going on and on and on and on and on and on, and until somebody else, let's say gets another girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, and then that's when things start settling down a little bit at that point. But Brett, thanks a lot for that super chat. Sorry to see that you had to super chat in order to get your word out there. But there you go. Bullets of barbecue in the house. Good to see you. Hey, I don't have anything against you, Bullets, but Bullets, you cause a lot of trouble with everybody else, and then everybody else says, Tommy, he said this, he said that, he did this, he did that, and he needs to be, put in the tank or whatever, and, what can I do? Trump administration halts student visa interviews, really hitting hard at the university there. Trump wants to take all that university money and give it to the tech schools there. So that's the other thing that Trump is up to there. Seashells is in there. Good to see you there, Seashells. Let's keep going there. CJ in there watching what's going on. Who's being a crybaby in here today? Super Salty says. AP's cat in there. AP's cat. Hey, I like the stuff that you're doing there on your channel, where you're doing some. But again, you're a hit channel, AP's cat, and some of the stuff that you're doing there, I find is interesting. I tune in there and see your bits, clips, and whatever stuff like that, and kind of like some of that stuff there. Now, if we can get your mods to stop hating, yeah, exactly. Well, yay, mods are mods are mods. And, sometimes people go and they go, Tommy, because you have this mod in your channel, you're, you think like that mod. No, the mods are going to do what they want to do, And a lot of times people who are mods on my channel are mods because they're friends of me and friends of my channel for a long period of time. Because, I've been doing this for a while. And, I like to have a lot of friends around me, and if you have a lot of wrenches out there, well, the people with wrenches, they go, oh, Tommy Temper's live again. I'll go into his chat and hang out there and see what's going on. So yeah, I appreciate people being mods and whatever. I don't like some of the handles like Creeper Mossad in there. Thank you, Broccoli, for support. Tommy's doghouse for fun. Yeah, right. The doghouse. Yeah, right. Yeah, my doghouse. I made a video there where my doghouse is actually the new modular housing here in Canada is my doghouse, right? That's the new modular housing by Carney. I made a video calling my doghouse the modular housing, modular liberal housing is my doghouse because we're so short on housing here in Canada. Christine says, all our business on social media. Yeah, right. All our business. Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you talk on social media, people listen, right? So your business is our business as soon as you say stuff out there. Yeah. Oh, there's some kind of a statue there. The Loud Lab News, New York, Cambridge, Massachusetts, where they got some kind of a sit-in there and some action happening down there at the campus. There you go. D says, stop attacking. Queenie says, super salty. Fire. Is it beastly? You're still in there with the beastly thing. Come on, you guys. Seashell, salty. Is that your son driving the boat in your last video? Oh, we've been watching some videos there from Super Salty. Yeah, check out Super Salty's channel there for sure. Most of the fake barbecue accounts are actually Edward Cam. Don't ask how I know either. Oh, really? Edward Cam accounts there too. Oh, yeah. Actually, I took some Edward Cam accounts out of the tank there too. I don't know if you've changed the name on them there or something. Probably have. Christine, you came in here to make everyone's business unreal. Oh, boy. Cloudy and cold in Toronto. Film Mission. Hey, good to see you, Film Mission. Film, I saw you. You're doing some videos there with your girlfriend. I don't know if that's your girlfriend there, but it seems to always have what appears to be your girlfriend in your videos there, where you guys are going into stores and transit and all kind of stuff like that. And you're probably doing them with your DJI camera and then uploading the video. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I bought one of those DJI cameras there, and I'm having fun with that little thing there too. I went out on White Avenue there and did a bunch of videos and stuff. Some of it I haven't even shown here yet. There's one video where I did it where this girl is out there on White Avenue with a big stick hitting this guy, this preacher, or a friend of the preacher's on White Avenue there. And yeah, I haven't actually looked at that video yet. So yeah, I've got some stuff like that on there. So yeah, that's cool. I know he has a bunch, says bullets there. AMC bullshit. I'm sub to them and their bullets. FFS. There you go. AMC, what did Carrie do? I tried to ask in my other channel and it didn't come up. Now we need some questions here about what's going on. Okay, so but anyways, getting back to the king of England and the goings on there with the King of England. And oh, hang on. This one here just popped in here. Let's see it. Right here. Let me just move it in the right spot here. We have this little meme just came in here. Alberta's natural predator is Canada, of all things. The eastern mosquito. The eastern mosquito is trying to hit back at Alberta, where I live here. And the eastern mosquito is Alberta's natural predator. So that's kind of a funny meme there that I just came across, which is kind of cool. We got Brandon Mitchell in the house. Hey, Brandon. Nice to see you. Popping in there. We got Dory popping in. Dory, Wizzy, and Nut Simp. Has Brett and ABD made it to Fox News yet? Yeah, not yet. Ski Slopes in there. Hey, Ski Slopes, good to see you. Tommy's chat wars continue. Yeah, exactly. Everyone likes to come in here because then they can say the things that they can't say in other chats where they're banned over there, I guess. I don't know. Who knows for sure. Brett, I checked your last video that you did there, and but all I saw was a fire. You know, but I didn't see you when you were live, but I looked at your video like, after you were live, and I just kind of rolled through it a little bit, and I go, okay, well, that's a nice fire. And then I didn't hear any talking at all throughout the whole video. I just went forward a bit, probably about 10 times, and I didn't hear any chat or talking or anything in the video. So I don't know, maybe you were texting or something like that, but the text wasn't available on the replay. So I don't know, maybe turn that button on there or something there if you want your chat to show up on a live video. I know I have that always turned on mine, but it's mostly YouTube ends up shutting it off on me. So you have to kind of go back in there and turn it back on again. And I don't know if this here will have chat on it after. But actually, that's why it's nice to go live with StreamYard. And then they've got that button on StreamYard that allows the chat to pop in right here, which this is actually a good thing because then at least you can see what's going on. Like even here, you might have somebody banned or blocked or whatever in real life, but you're still going to be able to see their chat or whatever on this little widget. So StreamYard has built that widget in, and it's a little button there that says show comments on stage, and it's a beta thing that they just started here. So I just noticed that one and flicked it on. That's why I was kind of weird. I was wondering how the hell that chat appeared on my screen there, but it's because I'm using StreamYard. There you go. Seashells. He's so cute, Salty. Bolts and Barbecue is happier than usual, I guess, because you're not banned anymore and you can come in here as your real account. Quack says your mic has been cracking. Oh, cracking? Really? Oh, hang on a second here. Maybe my audio is just hammering up a little bit too high. Let me just back it down a little bit here. There. That might be a little bit better. If I have the mic volume up a little bit too high, maybe that's where the crackling is coming in. But I was having trouble with my audio before I got that fixed up here. And it was more of a hard drive and a wrong slot or something type thing, if you guys remember me having real audio problems there. But there I've backed off on that audio a little bit, feeding into the StreamYard, so maybe that will help out with anything there. Tommy looks just like Paul Newman if Paul looked like a peeled potato. Oh, thanks a lot, Al Munson. You're a real nice guy. Nice to hear your comments there, Al. Al, don't you ever have anything nice to say about anyone? I was watching you and Charlie there on the show there on your last show, and you guys didn't have anything nice to say about anyone on Charlie's show there. Come on, you guys have to amp it up a little bit to being nice to people once in a while, right? There's Brett's favorite. People are dumb. Yeah, I know. I see you saying that a lot over in Troll Central there, that people are dumb, especially when they start talking about you. But lately, you've been kind of a little bit mellowed out, I guess. I don't know. But then again, I haven't really been watching too much of the interaction of what you guys are saying in various channels and stuff like that. So we'll figure it out. She ABD is a great judge of character, AMC. Oh, getting some fighting going on there. Absolute fake jerks, users, opportunists, and just overall not nice people. Yeah, I know. Welcome to the internet. What else is new with the internet? That's exactly what's going on here. If I had to choose cam or bullets, I'd go with cam every single time. Yeah. I know bullets, you get, I'm not even going to talk about the doxing thing and whatever stuff like that. But yeah, that could be a problematic. Hey, what's that bug? Oh, there's a bug crawled across my outside of my window there. I saw a bug on the screen there and I go, what the hell's there bug doing on my screen there? But I looked over and it's a bug on the outside of the window. Looked like a, I don't know, beetle or something like that. Weird. AP's cat. Is that why you picked on Red Light Runner, Queenie? Because that low hanging fruit is what you like to like that taste for you. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about there. Oh, Lipsy Splitter, Fat Albert in the house. Oh yeah, you're talking about Al Munson there, Fat Albert. I don't know. Is Al fat? I don't know if Al is fat there. Maybe you've seen a picture or something of him. I don't know that I've actually seen Al Munson in real life or, on a camera or anything like that. So hard to say, but yeah, might be Fat Albert. Seashells, everyone thinks my brother, you're the first person to clue in. Chat is a love fest, says Masad. Yeah, pretty much. It's always a love fest. Just stop it, Brett. You're starting to look as dumb as Queenie, says Al Munson. Uh-oh, Al's in there big time. Yes, they're stupid for trying to make shit public and about you again. Yeah, don't make stuff public anymore. Between you two, we've heard it all. We've heard everything. We've heard everything. We've heard all the put downs, all of the this, all of the that, the text messaging and the, even though I haven't heard everything, really, honestly, but, like it's been going on for too long there now. And you guys just have to move your own ways and not attack each other and just move on to something else, to something new and different, whatever. And everyone needs to be more friendly with each other. And you know what? I always find this, that I never ever, and even in my real life, I never really have enemies that I will never talk to again. You know what I mean? And there are some people that have really hurt me badly or ripped me off or whatever. And at the end of the day, I still try and be friends with people and never really shun them to the point that I don't talk to them anymore, or I, block them out of my life or whatever. I just try and have an open mind that even though things don't go right 100% of the time, that I try and move on. Now, of course, people do different things, right? Like some people, if you get in a fight with them, they stop talking, right? And go, I don't want to talk about it, and that's it. And you just can't talk to them about it, me, I'm not really like that. If you get in a fight or an argument with me, well, we can at least talk it out and come up to some kind of a resolution, and everyone is happy at the end of the day, rather than just blocking and bad mouthing and stuff like that. Doesn't work out for the best. Brandon Mitchell says Florida legislature has made specific types of gold and silver coins legal tender in the United States effective July 1st, 2026. That's interesting. So that's only in the state of Florida. Yeah, interesting. I know here legal tender. I don't know about legal tender, but here you could buy gold and silver, at the coin shop or whatever, and buy all kind of coins and whatever, and whatever you use it for is up to you. But like for example, if I take a silver coin, or let's say a silver 1 ounce silver ingot or something like that into a store, like a Home Depot or something like that, they're probably not going to take it. In fact, I'm almost 100% certain that they're not going to take it, and they have no obligation to take it. In fact, now some stores are even going, no, we don't accept cash. We only accept debit cards and stuff like that. It's almost up to the individual retailer or whatever to decide what it is that he takes or doesn't take. It's a coin shop or whatever, well, yeah, they might take a silver ingot. But that's interesting that the legislature has made specific types of gold and silver coins legal tender. So I wonder what kind of coins those are. Sounds to me like it's a good thing because there are a lot of people around that do a lot of collecting of coins and things like that. So I'd be interested to know what kind of coins those are that they're able to accept while come next year, July 2026. Interesting. We'll find out. ABD, let's compare notes, Miss Marty Pants. Post all the accounts and dates they started. Oh, AMC, what do you got against ABD? I think everyone should like ABD. Everyone should like Brett. I know that people say things that they regret saying, whatever, but sometimes you have to move on with life and just move on, and forget about the past. I like to forget about my past, forget about all the bad things that people have done in my life, and move on with the present and the future, right? The present and the future, the things that are important in my life, and not so much the things in the past. Just adjust this mic a bit here. Got Ron Volts in there. Ron Volts, with something about Swamp Piggy bragging about striking channels. What a goof. Uh, yeah, not a good thing to strike channels either. I'm not into that at all. You guys know that. I've had my channel. I've had many strikes on my channel, most of them by YouTube and people reporting stuff on my channel to YouTube. For example, misinformation, election misinformation, COVID misinformation. Remember, Telescope gave me a strike because he found some content on my channel where I restreamed him, like 6 months ago or something, and then he didn't like something that my mods did over in his channel, so he gave me a strike. So that happened, and yeah, I might get a strike in the future or whatever. Right now, I'm sitting I am sitting with one strike on my channel. Once you get one strike always stays with your channel. So I've got that one permanent strike on my channel. But that being said, it's like a warning kind of a thing. It's not really a strike, but it's a warning that stays on your channel. And it would take three strikes at this moment in time to take down my channel. But I'm not about striking people. But people get pissed off, and they do all sorts of different things. But my own take on it is use my content for whatever you want. If you want to, take some clips off of my show or make some recordings or do whatever you want, do it. I don't care. I won't strike you for doing anything like that. Like I'm an honest enough person to, if I say I won't strike anyone, well, I won't strike anyone. And I look at it as almost a badge of honor when I see myself over on somebody else's channel being restreamed and talked about. Doesn't matter whether it's in a good light or a bad light, or any kind of a light. It's like a badge of honor. It's like, wow, people are noticing what you're doing. They're taking what you're doing. They're whatever, repurposing it. And that's within the guidelines of YouTube. So no sense in me trying to strike somebody. And even if you do strike somebody, they can come right back at you and say, I'm going to contest that. And then if they contest that, then the only thing that you can do at that point is hire a lawyer and try and take them to court for doing what they're doing. And the chances of an average little streamer doing that are just about zero. So at the end of the day, it was like all a bunch of wasted time and whatever. But yeah, not a good thing. Thanks a lot for that super chat, Ron Volts, for that comment in there. Good to see Ron in there. Ronnie still hasn't proven anything about Talcott yet. Oh man, Talcott. You know, I don't know. You guys have been sitting over there. A lot of the Truth or Troll Central crowd has been over in Talcott's there, but you know, I'm not that much of a religious person. You know, I have a religious background where I went to church when I was a kid. You know, that kind of thing. But those guys are just in a mindset of like, it's like I have to be a better person, you know, religious type context of the whole channel and the whole everything that they're talking about is like so religious, you know, and but maybe not like a particular religion, but that element, you know, where we got to be better people and blah blah blah, stuff like that. And like I'm not so much into talking about good bad as I am talking about, you know, substance, you know, like politics, things that people are saying, things that people are doing, and you know, like things that you can go, yeah, right, or you're wrong, rather than, you know, fluffy type of stuff, you know. And, you know, that kind of stuff is like fluff in my world. I'm more of a you know how women talk more about emotional type things, right? So Talcott is kind of an emotional channel with emotional things, you know, and I'm not into that stuff really. I'm into like concrete things, you know, into like, okay, show me a building, show me a you know, a car or a whatever, something that somebody is doing to somebody else, some country is doing to something, to some other country, like what Trump is doing with the tariffs to Canada or to other countries, you know, stuff like that. I like talking about. They're not maybe not not concrete things, but at least they're things that are not so emotional. You know, it's like X amount of tax is you know, a fixed amount type thing. It's not an emotional thing. Although yeah, Trump does like to amp it up a little bit there with the emotions. Trump it up with what you're looking for. Pure jealousy, says Christine. Queenie, she was back in the convoys against what Slaya was saying, says AMC. Back in the convoys. Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that. But I do know what happened with the convoy, and I know what the convoy was about. And I have a lot of, you know, good things to say about the convoy. The convoy was about the government trying to get the people to do things that the people didn't want to do. That's what it was all about, you know. And people can say whatever they want about it and go, oh well, you're anti this, anti that, or anti-vaxxer or whatever, blah blah blah. But that's not what it was about, because there was tons and tons of people that were vaccinated that went to that were in the convoy, and it wasn't about whether you were vaxxed or not. It was about them coming up with a passport that you had to have a vax shot to be able to do anything. That was what the mandate was. The mandate was all about that. It was like forcing people to do something in order to do things that they would normally be able to do, like travel, like go to a restaurant, go to your child's a hockey game or things like that. You were prevented. I could not go to a restaurant. You couldn't go to a restaurant unless you showed your passport. And that's how bad it was. It was like, I don't know, I felt like I was in Germany or something like that, where everyone was being oppressed unless you went with the program. And in order to go with the program, you had to get the jab. So yeah, I didn't like it. And that's what the convoy was all about, in my mind, anyways. And that's one of the reasons, that is the reason that I went. And I knew that the guy the head honcho that was in charge of all of that was Trudeau, right? So it was being against the mandates and against Trudeau. And I knew that if the convoy showed up in Ottawa, that Trudeau would have nothing to do with the convoy. And the reason I knew that is because I went with a previous convoy in, I think it was 2019, where we went with the oil and gas convoy to Ottawa. And Trudeau was deathly afraid of that convoy showing up in Ottawa. The the privacy of information pulled out that information, that was the situation, and that he didn't want to have anything to do with the convoy when it got to Ottawa. And in fact, he didn't. He didn't. The only people that really had anything to do with the oil and gas convoy were people that were on the conservative side of the political arena. So I knew damn well that that Trudeau wouldn't be showing up, and it would actually make Trudeau look bad for that convoy to happen. And in fact, it really went sideways. The whole thing. And people ended up in jail and stuff like that. And I'm sad to see that. People will say to me, "Well, what about you? How come you're not in jail or whatever?" Well, it's because I didn't stay there for a long time. I didn't camp out in Ottawa for a matter of weeks. I went there. I was there for a couple of days, and then I came back to Alberta. So that was my situation. Taco Trump always chickens out, says Jim. Hey, Jim, good to see you. Nice to see you in there. Big ups to you. Salty, is this one of your youngest son? Oh, that's on the video that you're talking about there. I'll have to look at that video. Al Munson, Queenie's mom looks like Rocky Marciano. Yeah, I saw that photo of Queenie and her mother there. And I thought that was pretty nice that you put that up there. At least I'll give Queenie credit for that she's not afraid to show her face or show pictures of her family or whatever. It's been like that forever. Of course, people are going to make fun of you because you do that, but hey, that's the real world that we live in. The trolls are going to troll. AMC, ABD, that's what I thought. Trolls got you right where they want, and I love it. Oh, come on. ABD, I don't know lately. I know it was over in your chat there once, and you probably have more chats and more streams and stuff like that than what I've seen. But I think you're doing okay. I think you're doing good. I just hope that you and Brett can just get back to being your normal fun type people. We need to be more fun. Everyone needs to be having more fun on the internet here, and not so much hitting at each other there. Ron Volts, I don't know if you saw that one. Actually, I saw you over in MCFs there, Ron, the other night. I didn't really chat in there at all, but I popped into MCFs just to see what was going on there. And he was having a good time there with the requests. I think he requested a song there, and I listened to it. And there was a few other people that were having fun in there. Kind of a good crowd of people there over at MCF. I like what he does over there. He's kind of an interesting guy, and has an interesting stream. Although the only bad thing about it is that he doesn't record his streams. It's just a stream that he does, and then that's it. You have to be there while it's happening. Otherwise, once it's gone, it's gone. Saucy Pants says they need to start growing hemp in place of cutting all the trees down. Yeah, so much can be made with hemp, including hempcrete for building houses, stronger than anything else. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if you saw that one video, but there's a product that they can make with wood where it's actually stronger than steel, where they take that wood and they add some chemical to it and they really super compress it, and it ends up to be a material that's like stronger than steel. They can probably do the same thing with hemp there as well. And that hemp grows like a weed. Well, of course, it is a weed. But if they do cut down, if Trump goes on with this thing where he's cutting down trees and whatever, you have to set up a program to replant those trees as well. So it's not just cutting trees. And they do that here in Canada, right? The sustainable forests, right? Where you cut down the trees and then right away you go in there and you plant new trees. so that in 10 or 15 years or whatever it takes for them to grow, they're back into a new forest again. Hang on here. I just want to pop my head up a little bit higher here on the screen here. Let me just, let me see. Is it this one here? Oh, yeah. Hang on. This will bring me up a little bit here. I'm just moving my camera up a little bit here. It's what you call a remote control camera, pan tilt zoom camera. Osbot, OSBOT camera is what I'm using here. And it's actually kind of a cool camera. I can get it to look at other stuff. Let me see if I push this other preset button here. Let me see if it swings over there. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, like over there, there's my surveillance camera. I have a surveillance video monitor set up here where it's monitoring some stuff around my house here in case any Antifa operatives come around the perimeter of my dwelling here. I can see them over on my other camera there. So, yeah, that camera is kind of cool because it's on a kind of its own little gimbal. It's on pan tilt zoom, whatever. And it works pretty cool. Great for a camera for video because it's got pretty good quality 4K image off of it. Bullets. Having problem with bullets there. Yeah, bullets. Leave people alone. Quit with the doxing and stuff like that. Just be a nice person. That would be nice. Brandon Mitchell says, I feel sorry for Queenie's Char. AMC, go babysit Daisy. I'm sure she'll need to hold her hand later. Yeah, what's happening with Daisy? I was watching Daisy, and she was live, and then she got in her vehicle and went for a bit of a drive. I think that was a few days ago there that I saw Daisy. And I also saw Daisy in Talcott's chat, and I know that Daisy was, somebody fed her some fake info that Talcott was the owner of Troll Central. And I don't know if she still thinks that, but I know I saw her over in Talcott's chat there, so she's still doing something over there. Maybe I should pop in there once in a while into Talcott's and actually go on his panel. But, you know, like, what can I talk about? Feeling good and, being a good person and well-being and whatever the hell else that they're talking about there. Sloppy is what happened. Oh, Queenie. No, you know, I hope that goes away soon. I don't like to see you hitting hard at Pat or his girlfriend there. You know, not that. Hey, like I said, I haven't talked to Pat since the rodeo. Remember the rodeo when you were introducing me to some of the people there at the rodeo, and I had a chance to talk to Pat a little bit there, but I was live over at that event, and Pat didn't want to go live. Because he still had those restrictions from the government, from the court case or whatever, because it hadn't gone through there yet. So he didn't really want to go live with me when I had my camera there right in front of him in his face, kind of a thing. So for that reason, I just chatted for a moment with him, and that was about it. Tell him, ABD. Barbecue ABD is literally the stupid. Come on. I don't think so. I don't know why AMC, why you're so hitting so hard at ABD. That's not great. But then again, AMC, you're kind of a guy that you can be pretty negative on a lot of people. You know, like you're like the hit channel of a bunch of people out there, and if you don't like someone, man, you really hit hard on them there. But I don't know what ABD has done to deserve anything like that. But then again, I'm not in the loop. You know, I know some of the stuff that ABD has said and whatever, and I know some of the stuff that Brett has said. But you know, hey, so be it. It's like a lover's quarrel type thing. Seashells. If you look, I'm actually in a couple of my videos, but Mrs. Salty doesn't want me or her in the videos. She's super private. Yeah. Yeah, my wife is like that, where she does not like to be in videos. Once in a while, I'll show her in a video, and then, you know, then the trolls end up going, "Oh yeah, your wife is a blah blah blah," or "She looks like blah blah blah," or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's what ends up happening, Salty, is that the trolls end up trolling people and making fun of them, and it doesn't matter what you look like. They'll find something to compare you to that is a negative thing. Like Al Munson comes in here and says, "Oh, you look like a potato." You know what I mean? And he's like, I've constantly, these guys are calling me a potato or whatever, a potato head or whatever. You know, like, come on, give me a break. Everyone is themselves, you know. If you have the guts to get up on a camera, you know, hey, kudos to you for having the guts to show your face on a camera. You know, like look at Queenie. Queenie is up there. She doesn't care what people think about her. In fact, she even almost embraces it, and that somebody will say something about her, and she'll amp it up one more to say something about herself that it was even worse than what somebody else would say about her. You know, and yeah, you know, it takes guts to do that. You know, it takes guts to be a streamer. Put it that way. It's like tough. People are always gonna say stuff about you. Nope, don't care. It's her involvement with something she has no clue about. Yeah. Um, wow. That's what happens. A beautiful day is a beautiful person, says Christine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think there too. And Christine, you're like all over the internet onto all the panels and stuff like that. You watch what's going on. You have a real good idea of what people are saying about each other, and you know what's going on there. I think everyone is a nice person, but you know everyone can be negative if you want to. Like I could be way more negative than I am, but I don't really want. Put it this way: I don't want to get sued. Right? This is my thought: is that I don't want to get sued by anyone. Right? That's my biggest. I wouldn't say a fear, but if you sued me, you might get something. So for that reason, I don't want to say things that are going to prompt people to sue me. Right? So I try and be nice, and you have to be, because especially if you're talking about CBC television or CTV or some of these big conglomerates and stuff like that, they have the ability to come back and sue people because they have deep pockets, you know. And you know, of course, some streamers or whatever is going on out there that you're talking about, you have to be on the up and up. You can't just come out and call someone a pedophile if they're not a pedophile, because it will come back and bite you. And if you don't care about getting bitten, well, of course you're going to say whatever the hell you want, right? You know that, Queenie. You remember me talking about that. Crime in America, lies, lies, lies. Yeah, well, ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies. I'll have to look at the videos again, says Seashells. AMC, I think you got that wrong. You have no proof on anything. We are still waiting for the big reveal. The big reveal. What kind of a reveal? Seashell, it's funny how you're the first person to figure it out. ABD says, I was minding my own business. Yeah, exactly. I was here minding my own business. Yeah, but ABD, you're like the talk of the town for whatever reason. Like, hang on. What was it? You're just Brett's girlfriend. That's it. That's it. Just Brett's girlfriend. Like nothing more than that. You know, and everything blows up, and all of a sudden there's a big fight going on, and then people start picking sides, you know, and all of a sudden you're on some people's sides, and you're an enemy to other people, and that's just the way it happens. But you know what? Time heals all. So give it another 6 months or so, and everything that you see will be kind of blown over. You know, you'll have a new boyfriend, and Brett will have a new girlfriend, and you know, hey, maybe Brett will find a girlfriend that is like you know, like in his city where he lives, and will end up getting off of the internet. I don't know. Who knows exactly what'll happen. Hey, we got another super chat in there from looks like Queenie. Let me pull it in here. I'm really far behind on the chat here. I should be careful here with what I'm doing. Queenie says, Tommy, they're timing me out in my alt account. Can you mod me for them to leave me alone and check your word list? Okay, well, my word list is yeah. Well, hey, I should just mod you and Brett back up again, and it'll be business as usual here. How about that? That's maybe the way to do it. I don't know. Hang on here. Okay, I'll mod you up so that people can't do anything to you. Hang on. This is going to be the shit. We'll hit the. Let's see here. I'll add you as a moderator there, Queenie, just for a bit. Everyone is going to go ballistic here at this point. Where's Brett? Brett needs to be a moderator here too. Brett, you better pop up there. Begging for a wrench with a goof, says Ron Foltz. I gave her a wrench. So it's too late, Ron. But thanks a lot for that super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, there, I gave her a wrench so that she's not gonna, not going to complain about getting timed out there anymore. Hopefully that will do it. But thanks a lot for the super chats there. Appreciate that. This is the way we do it. Okay, who else is in there? Kathy is in there. Hey, Kathy, good to see you. I don't know if I missed you there. Kathy says, no, Tommy Temper, but too late. Queenie says, thanks. I won't do anything. I just want to be left alone. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Let's see who else is there. Oh, Drew Peanuts is in there. This is going to go well. Yeah, exactly. You can see it already. There you go. Bullets cloned. Oh, look at Lucy in the Sky. It's LSD in there. Thank God Queenie is mod again. Said no one ever. Even people are coming out of the woodwork on that one. So this should be a good thing here. You might as well wrench up Alan Cam too. It says ABD. Yeah, that's about it too. I don't know though. They're like so negative to me. They're like negative to me all the time. Anytime they come in here, they're really negative. So, people that are super negative are probably not going to get a wrench. Queenie has not been negative to me in a long, long time, actually. Like when have you heard her call me dummy? Not in a while, Queenie. I'll give you credit for that. And you allowed me to restream you over at the ostrich thing there. Sorry to hear that you got kicked out of the ostrich thing, though. I think that was kind of a little bit pathetic there for that whole thing to happen, because you're actually doing some interesting streaming there that nobody else was. But I don't know. People are just like that. Where I'd be interested to know who was that ratted on you. Who was that sent the message in or the text message in or whatever to get you kicked out of that. I never did hear about that. I don't know if you actually said that of who that was that did that, but apparently the deal was that you were videoing the ostriches and that and having fun and pointing out that there was the ostriches were having sex and stuff like that. I even saw it on one of the videos that I was restreaming there. But then all of a sudden somebody texted or messaged the group there, and then they got together and they said, oh, well, Queenie's got to go because somebody said that she's got to go. So I wonder who the heck it was that actually said that ended up doing that. Bullets at AMC trying to God mod you, Tommy. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So there you go. Ain't going to happen. Kathy watching. Botrick's in there. Wrenches at $5 Canadian. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, give us a super chat there, Drew. And over on it's $100 over on is it LC's channel there? Did he say it's $100 to get a wrench over on his channel there? I think I heard him say. So I thought that's pretty funny. But I like MCF there, where he's got different super chats for like banning people from his channel or from his StreamYard, if they're on the StreamYard, whatever, and people will super chat something, and then that'll happen. Take my wrench to see how long I last. Yeah, exactly. Super salty. Kathy says, Tommy tempered, give me a wrench because she's after me. Yeah, I should, Kathy. I should. Yeah, well, don't. Yeah, well, she said she's not going to use the wrench. She's only going to use it as a protection wrench, right? That's just, it's like I like that too, to be in somebody's chat and to get a protection wrench, right? That's more interesting to have it in case other people go after you instead of using it against other people. But okay, from now on, anyone else that's going to get a wrench will have to have a vote from anybody that has a wrench. Yeah, exactly, 12 man. That's what I was saying there. Be a good point. LC selling wrenches for $100 a pop. Yeah. Hey, good to see you in there, 12 man. Popping into the chat right on schedule. Well, from now on, anybody else that gets a wrench will have to have a vote from everyone that has a wrench. So if you have a wrench, you have one vote for somebody else to get a wrench, okay? So we've done that before, and it's actually worked out pretty good. Rainbow Bright Al Munson, yeah, get your fat ass back in the recliner. Oh, I see. You know Al well. That's pretty funny. Wrench Kathy, says Ron Volts. Really? You think we should? Okay, well, anyone with a wrench, if you think Kathy should have a wrench, put a 1 in the chat. Give us a 1 in the chat if you think Kathy should have a wrench. Because I don't mind giving out a wrench there. Just want to be left alone. And yeah, it's their fault, trolls. Yeah, okay, Queenie. No problem. You got your wrench, so no problem. Let's see. Kathy says, give me a wrench. She'll tie me out and hide me. Well, we don't want that to happen. So let's see if you get enough 1s in there. Well, you're getting a lot of 1s in there. Even Elma's got a 1. Lucy in the Sky, 1. Mater's got a 1 in there. ABD's got a 1. So okay, we'll do that, Kathy. Okay, Kathy's gonna get a wrench in there. Just let me. Even AMC Kingdom has given us a 1. Dash and Graham has got a 1. 12 man 1. So Kathy, go get back in there again, and I'll give you a wrench. So stand by. I'll look for your name to pop in there again. I'm looking at the bottom of the chat here right now. So the next time you say something, then we'll wrench you up there, Kathy. Kathy Marta says, thank you, Tommy. And there you go. Save that. Looks good. You're good to go. Good to go. It's Kathy in the wrenching business there now. Looking good. New comments coming in there. Troy is in there. Troy says, Queenie just was telling Ron to go impregnate his sister and mother in chat, and you mod her up. Tommy, it really looks bad on your part. Perhaps vote on her wrench. Oh no, Troy. Oh no. Let me pull out the cards here. We need the cards. The voodoo cards here. We've got the voodoo cards out here. Okay, we got the cards out here right now. So we'll split them open and see what they say. Dun, dun, dun. Burden. Oh, burden. We've been unburdened by the burden. We got the burden card out here. And the burden card for that question there about de-wrenching Queenie, you said vote on her wrench, and the burden card here, I'll actually show it to you, popped up here, and the burden card says no. Oh, actually it says on, but I don't know. Why is that backwards? No. The 10 of Wands says no. So I pull a card on that one, and the cards say no to taking Queenie's wrench away, so we'll have to leave it the way it is. Hopefully that's something that we can talk about later there. Okay, so the only other person that doesn't have a wrench that might want a wrench is going to be Brett, but I know Brett is pretty vocal, and he's like always said in the past, no, don't give me a wrench or take my wrench away or whatever. So I'm not going to give Brett a wrench unless he asks for a wrench. He has had a wrench in the past. And if you remember, it was a, you're welcome. You're welcome there, Kathy. If you remember, it was kind of a fight type of a thing where you guys would come in here and you would fight so much with Brett that it got to be kind of a ongoing thing in the chat here where the fighting was just too much. And then Brett said, yeah, I'll take my wrench away. So I did, and things really quietened down there once that happened. But everything has been kind of slack there lately. I haven't been live all that much. Remember, Elm had a wrench in here too. But the problem with Elm was that you use that wrench too much, right? And actually, I'm kind of happy here now that people do have wrenches, but they're not really bashing each other with those wrenches. So there you go. It's actually working out quite nice here. But I know that Elm, you had a wrench at one time in here, but I think you started using that wrench against somebody, and then I had to take it away. I'm pretty sure that that's how it went. So there you go. Got to be careful when you have that wrench, because if too many people complain, now that's the other thing, is that if people complain that you're overusing the wrench or abusing the wrench or timing people out too much, then that will cause me to get ticked off, and then I'll take the wrench away. So just keep that in mind too. So, use these wrenches as more of a protection type of a wrench, as a abusive, tool, an offensive wrench, right? Make it a defensive wrench. Let's vote to de-wrench the Swamp Piggy, Tommy. Ron, you've been going so hard against Queenie. Like, wow, the two of you. Like, ever since the two of you, it started from my channel too, that both of you had wrenches in my channel. Both of you were going at it hard at each other. And like, it's already like a year later or something. And like, it doesn't matter where Queenie goes, Ron Volts, you're in there like a dirty shirt, calling her a swamp piggy, whatever, a ditch pig or whatever from the Axe the Tax rally in the middle of the highway there. And it's kind of funny that it's been going on so long, but I don't know. I can't do anything about it. I can't tell people what to say or what to do. You're going to do whatever the hell you want. Christina W. from the good old days, super salty. We got rained out, but it started 6 this morning, so you got 8 hours in. Hey, that's good. At least you're going getting some work in there. Yeah, Edward Cam says Tommy doesn't care. Yeah, to a certain degree, I don't care. I like I like to see some controversy and stuff. Of course, it's going to be it's going to be bad if I ever see Pat King in the chat or something like that. He's going to be negative to me and pissed off at me, whatever, because Queenie is bashing him all the time, and Queenie has a wrench over here, and it's going to be hard to be friends with Pat, even though I am friends with him. By the way, Clan Mother Nancy is really looking frail. Like, I actually met and did an interview with Clan Mother Nancy when she was in Edmonton at when they had the teepees up at the legislative grounds in Edmonton, and I believe that was probably in 2019. Would it be somewhere around 2019 maybe? But it was before the convoy. Yeah, probably 2019. And like, I went down to the ledge grounds there lots of times, and I talked to lots of people. Was even there pounding the drum in the one tent there, and it was Wolf's drum. I think a different Wolf than the one you're talking about these days, there, Queenie. But anyways, she showed up there, and Queen, or the Clan Mother Nancy showed up there, and she was looking pretty good. She was standing up and getting around and doing stuff, and and I talked to her to find out what she was up to, why she was there, that sort of thing, and to get to know her a little bit. I don't know that she would ever remember who I am, though, because there was just tons and tons of people there. But interestingly enough, I did get a chance to actually meet her and to get to know her. And so actually seeing her on Pat's stream where she had the blanket over her and she was kind of huddled up and she's looking quite frail. She's getting really old and quite frail. And yeah, I don't know if it was such a good idea to get her over to Ottawa. And I don't think that she did meet up with the king. She had the bargain, the Queen's bargain, is what she wanted to talk to the king about. Now, I myself don't know what the Queen's bargain is, but it's some sort of a instrument, a document with some sort of a bargain, between the indigenous peoples and the Queen of England. And but anyways, she was supposedly going to present that to the King of England, but I watched pretty much the whole thing, and I don't know that there would have even been a chance for her to have a meeting with the king and to present that because of it was such a whirlwind where the plane, I saw it. It was like in real time where the plane landed and whenever they got off and maybe that evening or whatever, something might have been able to happen. But on the day when the king was giving his speech, it was like he didn't have a chance to really talk to anyone other than, hi, how you doing? Hi, how you doing? And moving along the whole time. Gave his speech and then got back in the car. Oh no, they went to the memorial to lay a couple of wreaths there. And then they got in the vehicle. Well, they shook a few more hands or whatever, gotten into and if you notice, I don't know if you all noticed that, but the vehicle that they got into was a electric BMW. So it was this old climate change thing and the net zero and the carbon tax thing where they had to show the king getting into a vehicle that was carbon, and it was a $200,000 electric BMW that he got into. So I don't know if you saw that, but I saw that and I thought, wow, there he is, just going with this net zero thing again. And of course, he would have looked really, really bad if he had gotten into a regular SUV. But of course, that was the only electric vehicle that I saw. Everything else was a gas SUV, and there had to be about at least 10 of them in the entourage and the one electric vehicle. So it was still kind of a bit of a scammy thing that they did. Tommy, see what I'm saying? All that stuff all the time, all over, and he focuses on one thing I say. Yeah, exactly. Well, I know everyone has to get to know each other. Well, I don't know. Queenie, you got to be nicer to people. You got to be nice, and I'm not going to tell you what to do, obviously. When have I ever been able to control or tell you what to do? You're your own self, and you're, a bit of an abrasive person, whatever. But, that being said, you got to be nice to people. You got to be nice to people. You're, like up until this Pat King thing came up here just a couple of days ago, you were being a lot nicer person. Like you were being nicer going into the chats, other chats and whatever. Other people were kind of abusing you and calling you names and stuff like that. But, kind of back from what was going on there a few months ago, But you'd kind of settled down a little bit, and you weren't really attacking other people that I saw. So, and then all of a sudden, this King thing comes along here with Nancy and that. Yeah, because I heard that you were going to go up and visit Clan Mother Nancy up in Cold Lake. That was one of the things that you were planning. And then the next thing you know is that she's on an airplane with Pat, or he had organized it, that sort of thing, and is sitting in Montreal or something with Pat and his girlfriend there. So yeah, I'm following what's going on to a certain degree. I'm not sitting there diligently watching every hour of what's going on, but I kind of have a bit of an idea of what's happening and what's going on, and I don't know. It's lore. It's the lore of the internet. it's not something that I can do anything about, but other than to say, let's all try and get together, you know. Or did it say no for having a wrench? LOL. Troy, that was the card. I know you don't like those cards, those tarot cards, because they're kind of witchy stuff there. But I don't know. The card said no. Don't take her wrench away, Queenie. You're such a liar and can't face up to your own words, says ABD. Oh boy. Yeah, well, it's hard to be nice to everyone, right? Thanks, Tommy's bird food. Yeah, exactly. We need some more buns out there or something, some bread or something like that. Oh, hang on. I got a phone call coming in here. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm trying to get a FaceTime call in here. And I got a phone call back here. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're back again. Sorry about that. Just had a little FaceTime thing that I had to do there. Yeah, Mo, Queenie and Brett are celebrities. Yeah, ABD's a celebrity. Even guys like Bullets are celebrities. Alma's a celebrity on the internet. Anybody that shows their face and does some stuff is a celebrity. Lots of celebrities out here. And that's why once you become a celebrity, it's actually a good thing to be nice, right? Once you're well known and people know who you are, even regardless of how you have to climb the ladder, maybe climbing the ladder you had to be a bad guy, right? But once you attain celebrity status, i.e. when you've got people watching you on your channel, then it's always good to turn into a good person, right? And to be good, and you'll go a lot further. But it's like climbing the ladder. You can attack other people, whatever, and do whatever you need to do to get up to the top. But once you're at the top, then you can kind of relax a little bit and go, wow, now I can turn my channel on, and I don't have to be a bad guy. I don't have to be attacking other people all the time. I can just be a nice person and just go on the merits of being a nice person, right? And that's really what it's all about in my mind. Like, look at Mossad. Mossad tries to be a nice person, but some people put him down and go, oh, you're a creep or whatever, maybe because of the stuff you say about women or whatever. Yeah, but, you become somewhat of a personality. But I don't know. There's that bug again. You see that bug? Why the hell is it on the outside of my window there? That I hate it when I get a bug in my broadcast here. I saw it. It went across the window again there, and I can look right there. It's sitting right outside the window. It's so hot out there that it's come over into the cool area here, and it's running around on the window out there. I should go out there and squash that bug. That's pretty crazy. Angry Man Child, a.k.a. AMC Shoebug. Yeah, AMC, you're like kind of a negative person there all the time. You're like Al Munson, negative all the time. Dean Wall, negative all the time. Let's see, who else? Maybe Charlie Cheswick, kind of negative all the time coming in there. Oh, that bird, that whatever, that person that is no good for nothing, whatever. Greeny says, can you post the StreamYard so I can have a quick chat with you, Tommy Temper? Oh, no. No, we can't go StreamYard because then the everything will go to hell in a handbag with the StreamYard. Really, honestly. So I don't really want to do that at this moment here. I have a lot more fun here if I don't go into the StreamYard, because I get into the StreamYard and then it lags, because then you get people coming on and they sit there and then it goes on forever. And then I can't look up at the clock and go, oh, yeah, I got to go at this time or whatever. And I still have some time here. It's like 1 o'clock my time here. 1, 2, 3. So I got about 2 hours worth of streaming left here. And then I can go out for a bicycle ride here. I deleted my channel and my wrench went away. Uh-oh. Oh, right. Maybe that's what happened, Elm. Yeah, that could be it. But anyways, yeah. Well, people can have another wrench here again. I don't know. But I think that somebody was bashing. I know that Daisy had a wrench in my channel, and then she right away got attacked in my channel and started attacking other people with the wrench and timing people out and stuff like that. And then I had to take her wrench away. I don't know if you all remember that happening. Remember when Al Munson had a wrench in Queenie's channel? No, I didn't remember that. That's interesting. Well, I don't know. Queenie has somebody named Charlie over in her chat there. I wonder if that's Charlie Cheeswick with a different alt or something like that over there all the time. Or is that a different Charlie? I don't know. So we'll figure that out. SW in there. Hey, SW. Looking good. Nice doggy woggy. I want a hammer. A wrench. AMC was crying ball bags the other yeah. Oh, that's yeah, you guys call RV. Where is RV? RV should be in here saying hi. RV, where are you? You're missing out on the action here. AMC was crying in ball bags the other chat because he couldn't chat with the trolls in his other channel the other evening. Oh, that's not good. What, is AMC banned over in the troll channel? Might be. That's always a possibility. In my eyes, he's a party. All the libtards in one spot is my favorite. Yeah. Yeah, well, I go over there to see what's going on. Actually, I was over there in Troll Central, but I think the channel just started up this morning, and I went in there, and right away, the very first guy in there was Al Munson with a wrench saying something. So it leads me to believe that the Troll Central is being run by Al Munson. I'm pretty sure that's his channel. Because why else is he the only guy with a wrench in there, and you never see the actual Troll Central saying too much of anything. Once in a blue moon, you might see Troll Central pop in here and say hello, whatever. But I think that Al Munson is pretty much in charge of Troll Central over there, not Talcott, by the way, not Talcott. Failed axe the tax protest. You know what? That protest actually worked because Carney, the dude that booted me from his rally, the present Prime Minister of Canada, actually did axe the tax, the carbon tax at the pump, you know, what's called the consumer tax, where you pay tax on your natural gas bill, oil, heating oil, and to run your automobile. He actually did get rid of that tax, but he left the part of the carbon tax that was what you call the corporate tax, where they call the big emitter tax, you know, like the steel companies and let's say the oil sands companies and stuff like that. They still pay the tax, but they just pass the tax on to the consumer. So the consumer still pays for that carbon tax, you know, whether we like it or not. It's like that, and we can't do a damn thing about it. She calls them all kinds of names, inbred and other nasty names. She needs help, says Kathy. Yeah, well, I don't like that. I don't like the term inbred at all. I don't like the term retard or you know, name calling at all. Name calling is just not in my vocabulary. I don't like to call people names, really, honestly. And I'd wish that other people don't call people names. But I know it's like tit for tat. They call you a name, so then you have to end up calling them a name. But, you know, if you can just curb your tongue and not call people names, they'll call you names. And all you do is just curb your tongue and don't call them names back. And eventually it will go away. But if you're calling other people names, then expect them to call you names, and it just will keep on going tit for tat forever. But somebody on one side has to curb their tongue and say, okay, I'm not going to call them names anymore. And then it'll eventually just plain go away, right? It's like me. People call me names. Like Al, for example, might call me Potato Head or something like that. But I don't go back and call Al Fat Albert or whatever. You know what I mean? Or worse name than that. That's not even a bad name, you know, in my mind. But, you know, but if you continue on like that, then people continue on doing the stuff to you. But you got to get attacked by Troy, like I said, about what against the stalker, groomer, goof. Yeah. Well, there you go, you know, and you're saying stuff like that, and people don't like that, you know, and that's kind of what is terrible for a channel. Like for me, I'm trying to go to the next level with the channel, which would be to not so much be worrying about the chatters interacting with each other, but to give you guys some information, like some stuff off of the internet, like this here, where the Alberta government, oops, hang on here, the latest thing that the Alberta government is doing here in my province, and that's our Premier Danielle Smith says Alberta government bans sexually explicit books from school libraries in Alberta. That's the very latest thing. Now, you know what that is? That's hitting at the LGBTQ thing, right? Because that's what the sexually explicit books are, is the LG community. And our government has now banned those books from libraries in Alberta. I don't know if that's school libraries, but I assume it's school libraries, any libraries, wherever they might be. And you might go, oh no, that's banning the books. We don't want to be doing that. They're burning books or whatever. No, that's just the government protecting the children, because the children shouldn't have access to stuff like that, right? And if, it's like, why should they know what people are doing in their bedrooms? You know what I mean? So actually, I think that's a good thing that that's actually happening here in the province of Alberta. But I see people from the NDP and whatever are now going, oh, we don't want that. That's, they're squelching free speech and blah, 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 all the rest of it. No, that's not what it's all about. It's about protecting the children. AMC, funny you didn't think I had a whining voice when you tried to get me to contact you behind Brett's back. Whoa, AMC, come on. Oh, that's what it's all about. So he tried to get a hold of you behind Brett's back, and you didn't go for it there, ABD. So now he's pissed off at you and is saying nasty stuff about you now. Okay, I get the picture. That makes more sense there now. Yeah, I see. I get the picture. I get it. I need some better, I used to have some good background music here once in a while. Let me see if I can find that. Hang on a second here. Let me see, where is it? Oh, I think it was AI. Hang on. AI, Music FX. Was this the one? Oh no, this is not it. What? Soothing atmosphere? Okay. Sign in to start making music just like this. Oh, hang on. I don't think I want music just like that. But hang on. What other AI can I do here? Vid AI, Magic Quill, Kling, Open AI. What can I do? What can AI do for you today? Yeah, exactly. Was it Music FX? This was the one here. Oh, hang on. I have to sign in here. Lab, sign in. Choose an account. Okay. No, I don't want to receive anything. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I have to receive marketing emails. Come on. Next. Previous. Oh, I had this working before. How come it's not working now? Let's try it again. Sorry for the dead air. But in order to get some music, I got to have some dead air. Oh, privacy policy. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. I looked at it. Continue. Let's go. It's got me in this loop. AI has got me in a loop where I'm going forward, going backwards. And yeah, I used to have some AI music that I would play here once in a while. But it seems like it's not working today, which is kind of a bummer. Come on. There we go. One more. No. Continue button is gone. What the heck? Who makes these things? Crappy software. That's all I can figure. So all we get is the same old, same old. Okay, well, I don't even like that. What else can we do? Oh, no.
Oh, Catwoman. Catwoman, will you never learn?
That's right. It's Catwoman in there.
Tune in tomorrow. Same cat time, same cat channel.
Okay. And I lost my soundboard, and I haven't been able to make it work here again. Type thing. Ron Volt's in there. Don't make a managing mod. No, she's not a managing mod. She's just a standard mod. So that's okay. So don't worry about that. Queenie says, Troy is being abusive and he's managing. Oh, no. Troy, what's happening? Ron Volt says, see Tommy Swamp Piggy starting her vile shit in the chat. No, she's not being vile. Everything is going kosher. Everything is really good. It's about as kosher as a hot dog at Costco. Oh, no. What do we got here? We got some kind of a poll going on here. There you go. You're the performative public actor. That's funny. But hang on. What's the poll all about here? Press 1 in chat to remove Queenie's wrench because of calling Tommy's chatters vile names. Oh, no. I knew something like this would happen. Like, it's going crazy here today. Come on, you guys. Relax a little bit there. There's Pooh Scissors in there. That's Queenie's best friend there, only because Pooh Scissors is probably God modding her channel there, so she has to be friends with Pooh Scissors, or else he'll God mod her and whatever, post some nasty stuff in there, and she won't be able to get rid of it. I don't know what the deal is there. Elm says, I don't know who is blowing up your phone, but sorry I was in your chat, Brett. Didn't mean to because of any cause of any ruckus. Well, that's nice to hear. There's Brett saying, I'm the real genuine person who has morals and integrity to shove wrenches up their butts instead of jumping at the chance for attention and control. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll give you a wrench back there, Brett, if you want it. But, ABD's not going to like that, but oh well. At least you'll be on the same playing field. Or was that just to get me to take everything down on my channel? Oh, doesn't sound good. Quack says, you like some oldies but goodies here who can't keep their mouths shut. Yeah, exactly. No marks. When will the libbies and the, what's that? Allists realize the majority don't want what they're peddling. Yeah, that's it. Got that right. Okay, well, I see a lot of ones in there wanting me to take Queenie's wrench away. But I'm just going to leave that because she needed that wrench so that she doesn't get, and it's got nothing to do with what she's saying in the chat. She has a wrench there just so that she doesn't get, timed out or something like that by somebody else. Yo, Brett and ABD, is the makeup E-sex good when you two pretend to get back together in this weird imaginary E-relationship? Yeah, it is kind of weird. I'd have to say that much. It's the weirdest thing since sliced bread. Tommy, the banned my Crime in America channel and timed out my Bullets name. Oh, no. Well, you're in here, though. I can see you. Bullets and Barbecue. So maybe it's one of your other names there, but you're back in here with one of your alts anyways for the time being. And I don't know who's doing that either. Tommy Tepper, they attacked me first. You called Ron for it. The managers are abusing me, so there isn't really any protection without the managing. Okay, well, you know, like don't bring me into this. Like you guys are all fighting amongst each other, and then all of a sudden I'm the guy that's supposed to be in charge of keeping people from fighting. You know, just have fun. Look at like Daisy. Y'all aren't the only two idiots in the world. It's old already. Yeah, Daisy. Good to see you there, Daisy. Hey, I watched your video there. I didn't watch it live, but I watched it after it was happening there, where you were chatting, and then you went for a drive in your car or something down the road, having some fun there, taking it easy. Looked like a nice day out there. So good to see you there, Daisy. Brett says, you didn't do anything wrong, Al. Neither did I. But jealous, possessive, mean person wants command and control over the one being kept around to kick and abuse. Okay, well, stop kicking and abusing. My channel is not really mine, Tommy. Well, I don't know. AP's cat. I don't really know who you are. I don't. You know, I know who AP is, as in Anarchy Princess. And if that's what AP stands for, I know that you like doing some hit pieces, so it's kind of a hit channel. But who's behind or who AP's is, or AP Cat is, I don't know. But you know, at the end of the day, I'll strum a guitar for you. There you go. 4 guys putting on ones. Yeah, exactly. Everyone knows who the jealous, controlling, manipulative asshole is. Let's get it all out. You guys should just get it all out and then be friends. ABD says I can make everything public again. No, don't. No managing mod. Don't do it. Do it. Don't do it. I don't know what I've gotten myself into here now. So you didn't message him about Elm, ABD? More like banning porn. Yeah, exactly. Queenie says, see how they're attacking me and they remove my comments, so you repeat them after being attacked. So the mod was really not a help when they continue to abuse me. Yeah. Well, if they're still doing stuff like that, you know, I can't, you know, who has the power to do what to somebody else? I don't know. So maybe a managing mod can still time out a mod. I don't know how that works, but I see your comment there. Your comment is in there, and I can bring it up. And your comment is also, if you look on the scrolling chat, your comments are always appearing on the scrolling chat, right? They might very well get deleted in the past, but anything that you say right now is going to come up on the scrolling chat on the bottom right there, and also on your screen. So hopefully that makes it a little bit better. Brett says, oh yeah, more threats, more frame jobs coming, and more using the public coming. What a shock, because that isn't your modus of operandus or anything. Always double down instead of back down. Yeah, well, I'd like to see something here about the government or whatever. I'd like to see you guys talking more about the government than about each other and about trolling and stuff like that. Mater says, stop talking about children being sexually assaulted in this chat. Yeah, exactly. No need to talk about children in here. That's for sure. Be nice to everyone. And it's a better thing. Better for everyone, as they say. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, I got this. I can play this. I don't get a strike from this. Breaking news. We've got the CDC won't recommend COVID vaccinations. Apparently in the States, their CDC changes guidance on COVID vaccinations in the States. What else is going on? Trump is wanting to harvest more lumber in the United States. AP's cat says, I don't call and report names. I had to change her name so she wouldn't strike me for saying her name. Not really. Crazy. Daisy, Detroit, trying to vote Queenie out. That's what's happening. Brett says, unsubbing. Uh-oh. Brett, are you unsubbing from my channel? Or who are you unsubbing from? Hopefully not from my channel. This is the going concern here. Calling me queefy, fartus, and cry about attacking you. Oh no. And I don't have my beep button here anymore. You know, the one that goes beep. What the heck happened to it? I don't know what happened. Oh, my Bad Boys is gone. My YMCA is gone. I don't know if my Jeopardy is here. We can play Jeopardy. That's right. It goes on. Save the children. LOL, that didn't last long. She's voted off the island already. Came in lying, go out lying. Big D in there. Big D, good to see you. Nice to see ya. Big ups. Masad says, Tom Petty. Oh, you like the Tom Petty song there. Sounds good. Well, so far I'm not getting a strike on the channel here. I don't really want to play some real music on the channel because I'll get a music strike. And so far I don't have a music strike. Actually, what happened, the last stream that I did, no, it was 2 streams ago, I did a nighttime stream. And it was, and I actually put it behind my pay wall. But that stream got strikes for all the music that I played. And I must have played probably about 20 songs or so. But it seemed like there were about 3 songs in particular that caused my entire stream to go blackout after the stream so that nobody could watch it after the stream. During the stream, no problem. I didn't get any blackout at all. And one of the songs was Get Lucky, you know, that Lucky song that I like playing, you know, and there was an AC/DC song that somehow slipped in there that, and you know, there are certain songs that YouTube takes extra note of, and they make it so that nobody anywhere can see your stream after you play that song. So you have to be careful what songs you actually play. That's right. It's like a fine dance over you know, eggshells, basically, with YouTube. Unsubbing. Bye. Who made her is unsubbing? Well, who are you unsubbing to? Me? Better say who you're unsubbing to. If you're unsubbing to me, well, yeah, I've got 7727 subs right now. And my subs are actually going down. Like, really. Hey, if there's anyone out there just watching, hit that sub button because we need some new subs in here. I did have like about 7730, 7.73 subs in the channel. But do I have a filter on? No, I don't. I just have a new camera that I'm using here, and it's maybe a little bit different video on here. But I've got 7727 subs. And that is one thing that I've been watching here because I haven't been streaming here a little bit. My subs have been dropping. And in the last month, I've actually, instead of getting any new subs in the last month, I've actually dropped 10 subs in the last month, which is kind of concerning because, you know, if you're running a channel, you don't want to really see anybody unsub from you. But yeah, now I've got people in here that are saying they're unsubbing. Who they're unsubbing from, I don't know, maybe me. And that's not a good thing. I don't like that. You wanted to desecrate and not go at one another publicly just to get me to take everything down. Okay, I get it now. Just more manipulation on your part. I'm used to it for 2 years. Yeah, Brett, you got to quit attacking ABD, and ABD just don't attack Brett. And the two of you need to just stop it. Stop it. Just don't talk about each other. Get each other's names. Don't insinuate that you're going to do something or attack each other or anything like that. Just stop it and just move on. Like I have to be like the online psychiatrist or something here. But that's the only way that things will move on, is both of you need to just stop it and move on. But it's almost like both of you are together here again in the same channel. So now you're kind of going at it against each other. And, it'll go on forever unless you just say, okay, enough of that. And let's just move on with life. And, hopefully things get a little bit better. Commercial was set to eat less sugar. Oh, okay. You're watching a commercial. AP's cat wrench. What? Tommy Temper, give AP's cat a wrench. Queefy is after AP2, please, says Kathy Martis. Well, yeah, but AP does hit videos there. She's like a hit channel. AP's got a hit channel going on there. So, if you got a hit channel, then people are going to hit back at you. We all know that. But, well, it'll have to be everyone with a wrench will have to give me a 1 or a 2 as to whether or not somebody else gets a wrench. But that is a suggestion there, Kathy. Yeah, but you just got a wrench. But I don't like to give out too many wrenches during any one stream, right? Because remember, it's a bad thing having people that might go rogue. And I have had people go rogue with a wrench in the past, and have ended up deleting everyone in the chat. So, I got to be careful with that. Got to be very careful. You're making a public shit show once again. LOL, I should have known once you're blocked that's what you do. People don't like getting blocked. That's what the problem is, ABD. When you block somebody, they don't like it, and they come back swinging, right? It's like DOA blocked me in his channel there. I never really was saying too much about ABD, or not ABD, about DOA rather. But once he blocked me in his chat, then I was a lot more vocal about him, where I go, yeah, look at what he's up to. Oh, he's got an ankle bracelet on now. Oh, he might go to jail if he gets those charges, if they end up sticking, stuff like that. So, yeah, it's kind of a thing where you have to be careful. Tommy, manage me, please. They're still doing what they did before, because managers can time Ron attacks, and you said so. And Troy only comes at me when I've had enough. But then you might end up doing something to my channel here, like turning off a switch or something like that, if you're a managing mod. So, we got to be careful with that. But just be nice to people. Be nice to people in my chat. Don't say negative things to other people when you're in my chat. Whatever you do over in some other guy's channel, I don't really care. But when you're over here, be nice, and don't say negative things about other people. Don't call people names and stuff like that. And they won't do what they're doing, right? Because that's what happens, is that you're doing stuff that people don't like. Daisy, seeing you pass a child on the road while driving under the influence was truly disturbing. Do better. I heard about that, Troy. I heard people talking about that. And I didn't actually see that because I didn't watch her entire stream to see what was going on. But people don't like it when they see people drinking and driving, or even doing weed or doing any kind of drugs or stuff like that, and driving or getting behind the wheel. People don't like that when they see that happen, and then they end up hitting back at you. But it can be bad for you if you end up harming somebody else, that's for sure. AP's cat, Kathy, Tricky even gave up time me out one night. Timed you out one night. That's not good. Edward Camp, Daisy, if you plow into and annihilate a family as you're drinking while you're driving in the next 3.5 years, you can probably get a pardon from our felon in chief co-president Trump. He's soft on crime. Well, it depends. If you're a MS-13 guy, well, then you might get booted out of the country, you know, on an airplane, fresh airplane to wherever, Panama, or somewhere in South America. But yeah, other than that, I don't know if he's really soft on crime. I think he's more way tougher on crime than Biden, in my mind. I would think. Just like the same thing here in Canada, where the Liberals are pretty soft on crime, whereas the Conservatives, you know, want to toughen up crime and put more criminals in jail. You know, 3 strikes and you're out and that kind of stuff. Since when can you work at a lawyer's office and be on the phone all day? When did that change? I know when you work, you're not supposed to be on the phone all day. Well, I don't know. Maybe she's not at work right at this moment. You never know. Managing mod is $20, Queenie, says Drew Peanuts out there. I like that. I remember when I used to have the mod thing on here, the speech, text to speech thing here. That was funny to hear you guys, what you guys had to say there. No, Tommy, she'll really attack people if I give her that. Ron Volt says, F no, Tommy, don't do it. Okay. It's not going to happen, Queenie. You're not going to be a managing mod. You know, I gave you the mod wrench when, in a lot of cases, I go, yeah, maybe not such a great idea, especially after it happens, and then attacks start happening, and people start going, Queenie, or what's Queenie doing with the wrench in your chat there? Because she's attacking everyone. I know I'm going to start hearing that. I'm off work today, Daisy, and not that it's any of your business, unlike you have an actual job with PTO, etc. LOL. I know you don't know what that's about. Just saying. Yeah, the boycotting Brett does is on point. Oh, the boycotting that Brett does is on point. Oh yeah, okay. Christina, so many critics, yet not one perfect person among us. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you there, Christina. And you know what's going on. You're watching what's happening. Just like Super Salty hits Ron in the eye with his hurt finger. That lunatic fringe X said, "What? So 50 accounts." I think that's where she stopped. I don't know. There's Master Troller in there. Hey, Master. Good to see you, Master Troller. What's up? How are you doing today? Big ups, big ups. Go down south. Inspired. I'm inspired. I'm so inspired.
And I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out.
Yo, Leo.
Like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want.
Perfect. I don't think he's soft on crime. I think he's pretty tough on crime. He's actually cleaning up the country a little bit there right now, Edward Cam. But what was the latest thing I saw? It was Antifa was at some sort of a Christian rally in, was it Seattle? Maybe it was Seattle. It was either Portland or Seattle. I know I saw a bit there on the internet there just the other day. And the Antifa showed up at the Christian rally and then started, hitting at the people, started whatever, the cops had to get involved and everything else. And the mayor, maybe it was Seattle, the mayor of Seattle said that the cops should stand down, whatever. So it's like the government is like pro far left Antifa that it's unbelievable that the cops are being told what to do at a Christian rally when Antifa is attacking them. I don't know if you saw that or heard anything about that, but yeah, it's terrible what's going on in the world out there. Could be a lot better. Could be better. first-degree murder in Edmonton. Oh, here we go again. We've got somebody is being charged with first-degree murder. Saeed Osman, Canada's most wanted, right here. Let's put him on. This is what he looks like. Yeah, I would say that he's a newcomer. Must be a newcomer in the country, and already first-degree murder. So, thank you very much, Trudeau, for bringing into the country all these nice people. And he's now on the run, and he's Canada's most wanted right now. Go figure. And yeah, not great, but we're just bringing you a little bit of the news here as we see it. As we see it. Where's my outside camera here? Let's go back to outside again. There we go. Because it's still a nice day, 1:36 here. Well, 1:34 actually by the clock. And we've got more stuff. We've got Carney. We've got your good friend, the Tesla man. What's he up to? Mr. Tesla. He's like kind of a happy-go-lucky guy. But what's he up to these days? He's like not so much Doge anymore as he is going back to looking after his company and stuff like that, the Tesla. And they're bringing out that robo-taxi, right? The robo-taxi is coming online down in Texas, right? Well, I forget what city it was, but was it Austin or something like that? But one of the Texas cities, they're going to be bringing about 1,000 robo-taxis on. That should be interesting to follow that story to see how well those robo-taxis actually do. But I know that they've been talking about how good this self-driving feature is on the Tesla, and it actually drives better than a human, right? Because they've been tracking, the self-driving Teslas that people are actually using on their Model Ys and whatever, with people behind the wheel, of course. But those self-driving units have actually been in fewer accidents than just a regular person. So I don't know. See what happens there. But his companies, well, especially the Tesla car company, is being hit real hard by the fact that he was aligning himself politically with Trump. And now he's kind of pulled back from that. So let's see. I think that if you look at the stock market, the Tesla stocks have kind of rebounded since that's happened. So he's doing a little bit better there now. So, yeah. In the news, Elon Musk doing his thing. So that's the latest. We're waiting for that robo-taxi to show up on the roads. I'd like to see it here in my local town here and see how well it does. Absolutely. Let's see. Found it stocked with food and flour. There's this one here, which is kind of an interesting bit. This one here coming in from Gaza, where breaking people in Gaza stormed one of the Hamas's warehouses and found it stocked with food and flour. Hamas opened fire, reportedly killing 5. More details to follow. So this is coming in from on X, and you can see it. There's the warehouse, and they're throwing around stuff in there, but apparently people have been killed. But the people are pissed off because Hamas has been hiding. Is that what this is all about here? People in Gaza stormed one of Hamas's warehouses and found it stocked with food and flour, stuff that the people need. And Hamas opened fire, reportedly killing 5. More details to follow. So that's an interesting one. Brett, you should be interested in that story. Craziness in the world. And then, of course, we've got these two clowns. The carbon couple here. Our good friend Carbon Carney on the left there provided a free flight to Canada. We provided the airplane. like the 737 or whatever it was there, something, a huge airplane like that, and picked him up over in the UK, brought him to Canada so that he could read a speech that was penned by Carney. Carney penned that speech, and the liberals gave him that speech and said, "Here, King, read this speech." And the king did not write one bit of it at all. It's all part of his campaign, Carney's campaign. He campaigned on all those points there, climate change and blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that, whatever. All of the things that Carney had said up until his becoming prime minister. And just basically the Liberal Party and Carney penned that speech. Well, I'm just surmising that they did that because it seemed like something that would not have come from the King of England, from Prince Charles. And by the way, the guy that made that chair there, he should have at least changed the very top of it, because if you look at the top of that chair, it actually is saying that stands for royalty or royal, and Elizabeth Royal. Elizabeth was the Queen of England, and that should have been changed to CR instead of ER on the very top. Now, like, come on. It would have been really, really easy to go in there and change that to a C before he arrived, but they didn't do that. They didn't even take the time to do that. So he's actually sitting in Elizabeth's chair there, a chair that was made when she was still reigning. And yeah, this is the two of them. I'm not too happy with the expenditure. They probably spent $2 to $3 million on that airplane, on the fuel, and all of the entourage, the cars, the Secret Service, and all the rest of it on a couple of days of him being in Canada. And I'm not too happy with that. It didn't really prove to me that Canada was a sovereign country, no more than it already is a sovereign country. Really, all it did was just waste a bunch of money. And I don't know if it did something to Trump there, so that Trump will not say, "Oh, you guys should become the 51st state." I don't know that it really did anything at all. It just pissed off a whole bunch of people, pissed off the native people, because, like, there's your ultimate colonizer right there. If the native people think that, Canada, or, that they have been colonized by the UK, and the government coming over here, and of course, some people were taken away from their homes and put in residential schools and all kind of stuff like that, and treaties were made, whatever, and if you're in that mind thought of the colonizer, well, he would be kind of the tip of the iceberg at this moment in time in the thought of any kind of colonization that happened to Canada. So for him to come over here, and then there's other stuff that happened. I could get into more details, but you'd have to almost review the footage of the way he acted and what he did and who was there. And it was funny because they showed the drummers, the kids at the airport. They had children there, well, at least younger Canadians, beating the drum there. And before he showed up, one of the guys was wearing a New York Yankees ball cap. And then I think they made him take that ball cap off when he actually showed up. But, it would have been kind of like, well, he's showing up to show how sovereign Canada is, but yet right away there's a native guy beating a drum there with a New York Yankees hat on. So I thought that was kind of funny to see that. But anyways, that's part of what we're talking about here today. Let's keep her going. Nightbot in there. What's Nightbot got to say? Oh, Catwoman has been portrayed in several actresses, including Julie Newmar, the 60s series. There you go. Batman Returns. Hail Berry in Catwoman. There you go. Catwoman. We got the sound bite there from the old Batman show. Daisy, did you ever notice the child riding the bicycle? Oh boy, we're into that again there. Swamp Piggy begging to become a managing mod, Tommy. Yeah, I know. I saw that. No, not going to become a managing mod, Queenie. Sorry. So I hope that whatever is happening there with, don't leave Queenie alone. Don't try and time her out. Don't try and do anything. There you go. Just be nice. AP's cat to get a wrench, maybe. Kathy is suggesting it. So we'll have to see if there are enough people in the chat that want that to happen, then we can see it. Ron Volt's given a 1 there. Is that for yeah, Ron Volt says not another douchebag. Not sure who you're talking about there. Chat seems on edge today, says Christina. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. About as on edge as me. It's 1:43 in the afternoon, Mountain Daylight Time here. Getting a little bit of fuzz on my microphone here from the chroma key. Hopefully it doesn't do it ever. Feel the joy. Yeah, feel the joy. No, I hope that doesn't happen, Edward. In fact, I don't like you guys. Okay. So, we know that Daisy drinks. We know that Daisy drives. Hopefully she's not drinking and driving. That's all I can say. So, I don't know. But don't sit here and just take it out on Daisy on my channel. Like we already know it's not good to do that. Daisy knows it's not good to do that. Let's hope that she's, in full control when she does go driving and not be drinking and then driving, right? And that being said, I used to drink and drive. Like when I was a kid, 18 years old or whatever, or 19 years old, going to the bar. We'd go to the bar. I'd have maybe 3 drinks or something like that, 3 beer, and then drive home. You know what I mean? And there was back then, you didn't have the strict laws that you had today to where you where you had the ability to do the breathalyzer, because there was no breathalyzer back then. So there was no, if you're over 0.08 or something like that, then you'll get a fine or get your license lifted. Back then, there wasn't any of that. It was just you'd have to do the test, right, where you get out of your vehicle and see if you can walk a straight line and whatever, put your head back and that kind of stuff. But I never actually had to do that, right? Never did that because I never ever really got pulled over, ever. So yeah, so I was would go to the bar and drink whatever and come home and always feel like, hey, I was always in full control of my vehicle. But that being said, I remember one time I met this girl at the bar, and I was with a friend of mine or whatever. Or she had a friend too, and she said, well, let's go to a party. And I said, okay. And we got into her car, but she was so drunk that she was like hitting curbs and all kind of stuff like that. And it scared the shit out of me, really, honestly. It did, because she was hitting all kind of stuff on the way to this party. It was to the point that if you've ever been in a car where you've said, I want out of this car. I don't want to even be here. I think I'm going to die because of this bad driving. Well, that was the night that it actually happened to me. So, yeah, you can be so inebriated that you're like absolutely not in control of your vehicle whatsoever. Yeah, and I was in that situation, and I don't envy anybody to be in that situation. And if you're, drinking that much to where you're unable to actually control your vehicle and you're hitting curbs or going off the road or whatever, well, that's the point at which you got to stop and just not drive anymore. Nowadays, you have the 0.08 or whatever, and you blow whatever. And I would say that if you had 1 beer, yeah, that's not a big deal. 1 beer, and then you went driving. But probably if you had like 3 or 4 beer, that's probably too much in this day and age. Queenie says, see Ron attacking and no one says shit unless it's us. Make us managing mods so they can't do it things to me because they're timing and removing my comments. Well, I can see your comments, and your comments are coming in on the little thingamajiggy right here. Like your comments are still coming in there when you comment. And I don't know. And if anybody does timeout in my chat, just give a very, very short timeout, not a long timeout. But leave Queenie alone. Don't bug Queenie. Don't give her any kind of a timeout or anything. Leave her alone. ABD, the community see you getting groomed by Troll Central and being creative with some good jokes. Troll Central, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, AMC Kingdom. I think that she's hanging around, ABD, or hanging around a little bit too much with Troll Central there. Those guys are not the greatest people in the world. I would consider them to be like the leftists, like the Antifas of the world. You know what I mean? Of the internet over here, at least in our little, whatever you want to call it here, of our group of people. You know, they're like more of the lefties, you know, more, they align themselves more with Antifa, think like that, more with Biden, you know, stuff like that, Troll Central. And, you know, that's kind of the reason that I don't hang out all that much over there. Once in a blue moon, I'll go over there and say hi or whatever. But on the other hand, they don't bug me all that much, which I'm thankful of that. You know, I try and be, you know, a little bit above the trolls and not be hammering at them so that they don't hammer at me. So there's very little of a fight going on between me and Troll Central. We're kind of, we get along. It's like, I don't know what you'd call it. We get along to get along. Oh, here's the bunch of people right here, which is yesterday, the King of England in the foreground, and you've got our ex prime ministers, both of them. You've got Trudeau and Harper there in the same photo. And Trudeau is actually, people are actually commenting on that. They're going, what are they talking about? What's Harper and Trudeau actually talking about when they're both talking together with the King of England in the same room there with them? And look at Trudeau's fingers there. What the hell's with that? He's like turning into a crazy old man. Look at his neck. His neck looks like he's straining, coming up with something. It's like he's going, kind of a thing. I don't know what's going on there, but that's kind of a weird picture there with the King of England and two of our old prime ministers of Canada. Mossad, goo all the way. Make her admin, says Mossad. I don't know. Triggered. Hey, Sun Honey Studio in there. Good to see you, Sun Honey. First time I've seen you in here today. Good to see you. Big ups to you. Making the rounds I see on the internet. Wow, AMC just threw Daisy under the bus, saying she drank beers with the kid in the bike. Wow. No, no, I think she was drinking a beer driving, and then the kid on the bike was on the road and she was driving down the road, something like that. I don't know what the deal is with that. But I did hear about that maybe over in Troll Central or something like that. They were talking about that over there because I know I heard rumor of that happening over there. So yeah, you never know. AMC totally condones driving while under the influence and distributing alcohol to a minor. Got it. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Nobody should do that. Chad is emotional wreck. Is it half moon? I don't know. It might be a full moon. I did see yesterday it wasn't a wolf, but a coyote. I saw a coyote there yesterday. I went on the funicular, and on the way from the funicular is like an elevator that goes diagonally up the hill, up the river valley here. And I was down there on the bike down in the river valley, and just before I got on that funicular, there was a coyote, and there was actually a family with some young coyotes and a male and a female. There was a bunch of them there in the river valley. So yeah, people were saying that and commenting on that, and I'm going like, whoa, well, hang on, what if they're hungry? They might go after a dog or a cat or a young child or something like that. So you have to be careful when you see a little pack of coyotes there. Former Culpeper County Sheriff Scott Jenkins was sentenced to 10 years for deputizing several businessmen in exchange for cash payments, pardoned by Trump. Oh, wow. Well, he took some money for doing that. Well, maybe they were good deputies, though, you know. Remember in the old days, when they were looking for a bank robber or something, the sheriff would deputize some of the people in town and go out on a posse. Maybe it was something like that on the go. So I don't know the story, but Edward Cam, yeah, I know that you don't like Trump, so that's something to show that maybe Trump is not the greatest guy in the world. I don't know. But keep in mind, I like Trump, or at least I did like Trump, until he came up with, and really, I knew that he was going to do the tariffs. And in my mind, tariffs are actually, can be a good thing, right? They can be a good thing to keep some of your jobs within your own country. But Trump has really gone really, really, really overboard with the whole tariff thing and really pissed off a lot of people, pissed off a lot of companies, pissed off Boeing, pissed off the farm manufacturing companies like Massey Ferguson. You know, I can go on and on and on. Apple, lots of companies he's pissed off, right? When you have to do things to change, and also all the car companies, right? To where they're having some of their cars manufactured in Canada, some in the States. Just think about how much money it's going to cost you to change over what you're doing and stop manufacturing something in another country, whether it be Canada, the UK, and China, Japan, wherever, and to bring it home. Like all of those plants have to close down. All of those people have to lose their jobs. And, you know, and of course, you're doing it to benefit your own country, but a lot of people are being hurt all over the world with what Trump is doing. It's like going crazy. Even to the wood, to the lumber industry, right? We supplied a lot of lumber to American Home Depot stores and stuff like that. Well, guess what? The price of lumber is going to go up in the States if you just say, okay, we're going to stop Canadian lumber. We're going to tariff it. So it's going to cost a lot more for that lumber to come into the States, but you haven't got set up a replacement for it yet, right? In other words, you're still trying to find out where that lumber is, and if it's on Crown land, you have to change the laws to make it possible for people to harvest that lumber. You need new lumber mills set up in order to process that lumber, and that all takes time. And until that happens, as soon as you put up that tariff, you're right away going to be increasing the price of lumber at your local hardware store. So it's going to be pushing upward pressure on the price of housing and all kind of stuff like that. Like, it's pretty crazy what's happening. Yeah, Tommy, I'm done having fun. Cheers. AMC Kingdom is just going to get out of here now after he's bashed everyone, and now he's going to just leave. AMC don't have to watch them, by the way. ABD and AMC laughed about how it was a total POS. No abusing. Can't abuse wrenches because then people end up. Okay, we got 7729 subs in here. Hit that sub button if you haven't subbed to me yet. I want to see that sub button go up. See if we can hit 7730 at least. We need one more sub in the chat here. And I know that 20% of the people out there are watching and not subbed to my channel. If there's like 96 people watching or whatever that number is here, hit that sub button so that actually, let's see, 81 people on YouTube and the rest are watching over on X and Facebook, I guess. But if you're just sitting there watching, hit that sub button. I see that my number has gone down now. I'm 7728 now. Come on, we can do better than that. Where's that sub number here? Hang on. I need another one of these things here. Oh, okay. I'll change the Spotify over to, hang on, over to that sub. Where is that one? Subs? No, that's not it. Got to figure out where that is. Hang on. Chrome, StreamYard, X, Carney, Ozbot. Subscriptions. Is that what it's called? Hang on. No, that's not it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's bring it in here. There you go. There's my subs, my sub meter right there. And it went down as I was sitting here doing whatever. Not much of anything. What else is due? It actually went down. Let me get me out of that area there where the chat is. But it actually went down. I was watching it. I was at 77.29. And then, as I said, come on, we need one more sub in here to make it 77.30. Then somebody unsubbed from me right there in real time. But this is my real-time subometer. And let's make this a bit of a subathon there. So if there's anybody out there that's sitting there not subbed up to me, hit that sub button, the subscribe button. Oh, man, it went down. 77.27. I'm actually losing subs as I'm speaking here. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, we need a better guitar or something down here. Inspired guitar. Come on. Let's hit her up. Hit her up. Hit her up. We need to go up. Up. Not down. We need that sub meter to go up. Give AP's cat a wrench. Kathy.
Can't seem to get
Really going hard on it.
But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I
Well, that's why Queenie wants to do something. Oh, 77.26. No. Going down. Okay. Cut that music. We need it to go up, not down. What the heck else have I got on this soundboard here? I lost everything. I lost all of my beep noises and all kind of stuff in there. It's just terrible. Terrible. We'll have to go with this is what's happening. Oh, 77.24. Oh. I'm feeling bad. Let's go. Let's whip it up. Look at it's going up and down like a yo-yo. But I got to hit 77.30. I was so depressed to see that I lost 10 subs this month, right? I have this thing where you can go in the back end there and you can see how many subs that you have. And I lost 10 subs. And I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll make up a few subs on this stream here and get it back up to 77.30 at least, but doesn't look that promising here at all. Looks terrible. So at the end of the day, I'm going to be ending up with even fewer subs, and it's going to be like I lost about 15 subs this month instead of gaining some. Yeah, go Oilers. Elm. Did you see that last game? That last game, I didn't see the game itself, but I saw the highlights of the game. And, of course, 2 of the goals were empty net, but it was 4-1 for Edmonton. And the game was actually in Edmonton. And I was downtown where all of the fans were going to Rogers Place, right? So everybody's in Oilers jersey, and they're all yipping and yawing and whatever. And I was riding my bike around there, and there were just tons and tons of people coming off of the light transit system, the rail system, and off the buses and whatever, just all over the place. And they're all heading towards Rogers Place there downtown in Edmonton. And yeah, luckily they won that game, and they've got that was 3-1. So Edmonton has won 3 games so far, and they have to win one more game in order to move on to the finals. So yeah, I hope that actually happens, because that's when you end up watching hockey locally here. I'm not even subscribed to her, says Troy. Oh, come on. Gotta be nice to ABD. Kathy, no one's removing her comments. She's lying. Yeah, well, I can see comments coming in here, so don't worry about that. Then take my mod away, Tommy Temper. It's not doing anything for me anyways. And Yes, managing mods can time out and control the words is all. So you can remove it because it's not protecting me anyways. Okay. Okay, I'll remove your wrench because it's like it's like I'm walking on eggs when you have a wrench in the chat there, because then people get more abusive when that happens. You know what I mean? Charles Clark in there. If you ban Queenie, you'll get more subs, says Charles Clark. Okay, well, hang on. Let me find Queenie in the chat there. Hang on. I got to go back a bit here in the chat over in a different browser in order for that to happen. But we're at 7725 here right now. Looking good. Let's boost that up a little bit here. We got CJ Canada in there while he's making deals with, what's that, off continent countries in the meantime. My stock goes way up every time he makes a deal. Yeah, but what stock is that, CJ Canada? Which stock, which company do you have stock in that's going up whenever something like that happens? And I'm not playing the stock market. I do have a little bit of stock, but I don't really play the stock market because I don't have hardly any money in the stock market at all to make it worthwhile to even do anything. So, and it's been sitting there with some stock that I bought like whatever 10 years ago and just left it there to basically rot. Yeah, where's Queenie? Jeez, I can't find her now. I'm going back in the chat here a long ways. Queenie says, y'all have Troy tell you all about the times he drove messed up that he told me about. Lowest of the low. Hey, Troy. Uh-oh, Daisy didn't like that. Okay, I can't find Queenie in the chat here to do anything. So, yeah. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, I found you, Queenie. Okay, I'm going to remove your standard mod here then. Okay, it's pretty much done. Okay, so I went back in the chat. It's removed. So I think it's we're back to the way we were before the stream started here, pretty much, with except for Kathy Martis in there. So yeah, so be it. Okay, we're at 7726 now. Looking good, looking good. Hit that sub button if you're just sitting there watching. Nice to see you in there. I don't have any of my pop-ups on here. Remember, I used to have some pop-ups when somebody donated or when somebody became a new sub. I used to have pop-ups that happened here all the time. All of that stuff got taken down when my computer went down, and I had to wipe my hard drive. So I haven't set any of that stuff up. Okay, we got 7728 building up again here. I'll unsub if Queenie remains a mod. Tell me now, says Freddy the Fly. Okay, well, I took away her mod status there now, so she's just a regular streamer. Remove it. Turkey, he'll still see it. Yeah, well, you'll still see your chat in here. As long as you're not timed out or something like that. You've got that little chat box down at the bottom right there. And all of the chat will still show up there as long as you're not banned or timed out in the channel. So that's not too bad. Someone blocked Bullets and Barbecue and Crime in America. So I'm not sure, or hid him. Not sure who did that. But remember, if you're like if you're a person, like there's a lot of people with mod status in here. So if you're a person out there that is really, troublesome type of a person that is in a lot of people's bad books, then yeah, that kind of stuff is going to happen. And I can't do anything about it because I'm sitting over here on StreamYard. I'm not even watching who's doing what in the chat. So I don't know who actually is timing somebody out or whatever. I don't know. It's just a thing. But I got to get my pseudo music going on my stream here so I can have a little background sound in here. I always like it when I do a stream to have some background music and stuff like that. AMC, ABD, what? Oh, be careful. Daisy lives in KS. in farmland. Farmland. I'm a city slicker myself here. I'm like, well, you can see outside of my window here. 7726 in the chat. We'll check on that number again here. Again, I don't have any special. Hey, we're down to 24 here now. Geez, what's going on here? It's like whatever I do here, things are going up and down like a yo-yo. But I don't have any fancy transitions and stuff here. All I have is just the this one here. And I have the fade, right? And that's it. Just two transitions. The instant transition or the slow transition. Okay, well, I'm going to watch that number there. 7725 is where we're up to. And we just dropped to 7724. So it's weird here how it's kind of going up and down here like a yo-yo. I don't know what's going on here. So we're going to have to watch that number. CJ Canada says, Tommy Temper podcast. I haven't been a subscriber long, just from the tail end of the campaign trail. And this is my first live. Can I give you some advice? Queenie needs to go. Yeah, well, I've known Queenie for a long time. In fact, I would be the one responsible for bringing Queenie onto YouTube. Like, so if you blame anybody, it would be me, you know. And Queenie helped me out on Zello. You'll hear her talk about Zello when we were in the convoy. I was in the convoy, and I started this thing called Zello, and Queenie was a mod in Zello. So that's how I first met Queenie. And Queenie was actually quite nice back then. She wasn't, you know, never had anything super bad to say about anybody that really I knew about. And even then when I started on to doing some YouTube stuff, then I brought or asked Queenie to be a mod on my YouTube channel, right? When I first was over here doing some YouTube stuff. And she said, yeah, okay, you know, because she's whatever, always have some free time, some spare time to, you know, have fun on the internet and stuff like that, which pretty much that's what everyone was doing. And I brought her over, and things were going pretty good. And then she started her own channel. But when she started her own channel, that's when she started coming out and being herself, you know, and being the real Queenie. In other words, she wasn't just modding, but she was actually able to say stuff to people, and if you said something bad to her, she'd come right back at you. And you know, that's what was ending up happening. And now it is what it is. She's doing her thing. She has her own channel. She can go live whenever she wants and say whatever she wants. You know, and she does go over to other people's channels like MCF or, you know, whatever, some other guys like that, goes on panels and stuff like that and interacts with a lot of people. And just lately she's been, in my mind, being a little bit better on the stuff that she's doing and saying, up until this big fight that come up with Pat and Pat's girlfriend and that whole thing. That's, you know, the latest. If you watch your last couple of streams there, it's been back to, you know, being in the attack mode. So, you know, I'm sorry to see that. I don't like to see that at all. I like to be a nice person, you know, and treat everyone nice and, you know, try and be good with the trolls and the troll channels and stuff like that. And be nice, try and be nice to Daisy and to Super Salty down there in California, you know, and not be negative to anybody, regardless of where they're from or what their background is like, you know. But it's tough. It's tough. The internet is a harsh place. It's like the schoolyard when you were a kid, and before you actually learned any rules, right, of how to be nice to people, and that if you weren't nice to people, then you'd end up in jail, right? Remember the schoolyard? Well, you didn't have to be nice to people in the schoolyard. You could get in fights with them and do all kind of stuff, just as long as nobody reported you to the teachers and stuff like that. And that's kind of what the internet is like here. It's like the schoolyard, right, where people are out there and they're duking it out and whatever, because they don't have to see each other in person. And it's like, oh yeah, you're a tough guy behind the microphone, but I'll see you in person. Look what's going to happen to you, you know? It's like that. Everyone's a tough guy behind the microphone or on the internet or on their channel. But in real life, in real person, are they really going to duke it out? Are they really going to fight each other or whatever? Probably not. So this is kind of like that. Brenda Bridge in the house. Good to see you. Salty and Ron, be nice to each other. I'll have to get Debs after you. Good to see you there. Brenda Bridge. Oh, good long timer on the internet. No, this is second time around, Syed. He was in the most wanted for the first murder and got caught after doing the second one in a different province. Oh, really? Yeah, on the guy that I was talking about there, on that screenshot there. Yeah, those things happen. Here's one: Palestinian protesters are now fighting with police. This is Ottawa, and Dacey's got some kind of a bit here. It's not the best one here. We're actually losing subs here now. We're 77-22. Come on, you guys. Need to do better than that. Yeah, this one here is not a very long video, so we're not going to say it. Revealed sentimental message King Charles wrote to notorious pedophile Jimmy Savile on his 80th birthday. So you see, you have stuff like this coming up here. Hang on. Revealed a sentimental message King Charles wrote to notorious pedophile Jimmy Savile on his birthday, 80th birthday. And here you can see Savile there on the left, and on the right you can see the two of them talking to each other or whatever. I don't know if that's photoshopped or what it is, but yeah, some stuff like this starting to come out about the King of England, King Charlie, King Charles, the man that showed up in Canada to push the buttons for Carney there to read his scripted speech that was nothing more than a political platform there. And I didn't like it. I thought it was pretty fake. And the king could have actually done better than to read a pre-planned scripted speech done up by the liberals there for him. Daisy should be turned in. She's doxed herself so many times, it's not hard to figure out exactly where she is. Yeah, but regardless of that, you can't turn someone in for doing something on the internet. You have to catch them live when that's actually happening. So, that's not going to happen. Not going to do any good anyway. Not going to happen. Queenie leveled up to level 4. And you came in here and attacked me first, for the record, says Queenie. Yeah, well, that's what happens, though. So you do stuff on your channel and people don't like it. So then they come over here, and then because they're banned on your channel or whatever, or they don't want to say anything on your channel because they know they got timed out or whatever. So then they come over here and say stuff about you. You know that. You know how that works. It's always been like that. Internet hasn't changed at all. They've been a thing in Cali for a while. They're weird. Yeah, we need a big hug. Yeah, I don't have that sound effect. Remember the one, the bling, that one there, Masad. That the group hug sound effect. I'm missing that on my soundboard. I have to repopulate all of the sounds on my soundboard to get that stuff back again. It's too bad because I had that all set up real nice so that it would work nicely. Yeah, exactly. Wonder why no new subs, says Dean Wall. I know. It's a sad world out there. 100 people I got on my counter here. Let's see how many people. 84 people watching live right now on YouTube, and the rest of the 100 people watching either on Facebook or on X, because we are broadcasting on those two things as well. Of course, they can't sub up to YouTube unless you come over to YouTube. Find me on YouTube. Look up Tommy Temper's show on YouTube, and then you'll be able to get over here. Or actually Tommy Temper. It's not Tommy Temper's show, but just Tommy Temper. But it's @ Tommy Temper show if you're really trying to do a search for me and you can't find me. That's how you can find me over here on YouTube. Jim says, Judge Jeannie got sworn in today. If she gets more facelifts, she'll have a goatee. I liked her when she was on the Fox channel doing her thing. I loved Jeannie. She was actually a pretty smart person, pretty right, to the T, right to the T. But because she's like on Trump's team, I can see, Jim, why you might not like her. But it'll be interesting to see what she'll actually do for the Trump team there now that she got sworn in. So that's interesting that you mentioned that. There you go. You got Dean Wall in there with his, what is that? Is that a Swiss Army knife there that you got on your avatar there? I don't know what that is there. It looks like it, but it's missing the Swiss cross on it there. But I used to have a Swiss Army knife when I went to Europe. I had one. Yeah, I traveled to Europe. I went there and visited lots of different countries. I visited everywhere from the UK, Netherlands, down to Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, into Italy, up into Austria, Germany, and over into countries like Bulgaria, to the Middle East, Iran, Turkey. So I've visited a lot of places in the country, or in the world rather, I should say, but I never actually made it down past Mexico to going south into Central or South America, and I never went to Australia. I'd like to see that. Japan, places like that, I'd still like to go to visit. So who knows? Maybe one day. In fact, if I do go, I'll stream from those locations. 7721. Oh my gosh. It's getting worse. I'm feeling bad now. That's like I lost 10 subs and I'm losing even more subs now. So it's probably about 15 subs that I've lost now this month. Looking terrible. Dean Wall, yeah, what's happening? Maybe I should turn NDP or something like Jag Meat. Pull a Jag. I'm feeling like Jag at the moment, right? Lost his seat, lost his party. Everything has gone to hell in a handbag, and he's like history now. Don't even hear him being interviewed or anything now. So I kind of feel like Jag here today. God save the king, yeah. God save the king. When we sang it, it was like, God save the queen. And now you've got to change the words over to king. Carney probably didn't even write the speech. All politicians have speechwriters. Exactly. I would say so, yeah. Yeah. Well, and likewise, his whole thing. Well, if you notice that the king said something like catalyze, the catalyze thing was part of his speech. The climate, climate change or whatever, that whole thing was in the speech. That's why I say a liberal, Carney liberal speech. I'm not saying Carney speech because I can't prove that he wrote anything, but definitely a liberal speech. It was not written by the king or by the king's entourage, right? Because what the hell would he know about any of that stuff? He doesn't follow Carney that much. If I was the king, I would have come in there and spoken off the cuff about, or written the speech that would have been pro-Canada, knowing full well that the reason he's there is to prevent Trump from, taking over Canada or making Canada the 51st state. So it would have been absolutely blasting Trump, blasting the fact that Canada is a unique country on its own and does not need to be taken over by any other country, has massive, massive resources, like massive resources. The resources in Canada have been barely even touched. I know that because I've traveled to places like up in Nunavut, up in the I don't know what they even call it now, Northwest Territories when I was up there, but they've now split it up into different areas. Up to Yellowknife, and if there's like diamonds in Yellowknife or right near Yellowknife, you can expect there to be diamonds and all kind of minerals all over the place up in the far north that haven't even been touched You know, they touch things where there's a road. If there's a road to that place, yeah, then they'll go in there and get it. If there's no road, they're not touching it, right? Because why go and find some minerals or something in some area where there is no road? But you know, it's all undeveloped up in the far north, even up in the Yukon, places in British Columbia, even in Alberta here. The tar sands, the oil sands, there's 100-year supply of what's already been discovered, not to mention what has not been discovered. And also in Saskatchewan, you've got oil sands there as well. It's a booming place, you know, and no wonder that Trump wants to take it over. It's not because of the liberal people that are living in Canada, obviously not, because it's like taking over another California and adding that to your anguish and troubles. But it's the natural resources that Canada represents that Trump is really after. Just to the same way, look at what deal he made with the Ukraine. He made a deal for the minerals, for the natural resources. Okay. Now the deal that he made was actually pretty slick, pretty good, which was like, okay, this is the deal. You give us, but it's not really giving you the natural resources. It's allowing our companies. This was the deal. Trump made the deal with Ukraine to supply the missiles and stuff like that. I think that this is the deal. Call me out if I'm wrong, which of course people call me out all the time. But the deal was that the Ukraine will allow American companies to go in to the Ukraine and to harvest the natural resources and to pay whatever royalties for those, and those royalties will be saved up for the Ukraine to rebuild the Ukraine. So the American companies will enrich themselves by actually pulling the minerals out and selling them, but the royalties on that will be used by the Ukraine to rebuild the Ukraine after being decimated by Russia, right? So that was the deal, which actually is a pretty fair deal, you know, at the end of the day, because even the Ukraine would probably do that themselves, where they would say, okay, if we really want to harvest our minerals, we'll invite companies to come in to do that because we don't have the capital to do it ourselves anyway. And we charge a tariff or an excise fee or whatever on whatever minerals are being pulled out, to the same way that in Alberta, this is the way we do it in Alberta. The government, the province owns the oil that's in the ground. The companies come in and they pull the oil out of the ground and sell it, and they pay a royalty to the province, right? And this is where the province gets the millions, billions of dollars to send to Ottawa to give to Ontario and to Quebec, right? It's called the equalization payments, right? But it's all a royalty on the oil that's pulled out. And that's a similar kind of a deal that they want to do with the Ukraine. So I say it's probably a good thing. So it wasn't so much that Trump was taking advantage of the situation, because they're actually feeding a lot of missiles and a lot of money, you know, for the war that's going on over in Ukraine. So in this way, it helps to enrich American companies that are going to go over there and help them to extract those minerals from the land. So Chuck's right hand looks poorly. That's why Trump always sounds so regarded. He goes off the script. Yeah. Well, I think that the king should have gone off the script a little bit, but he didn't. He just read it verbatim, and really, when I sat there listening to it, I was just shaking my head, going, "That may as well be in Carney reading that script," because Carney has said all of those same things on his political, you know, party things, where he was going around to Lake Edmonton or to Vancouver or whatever, and giving speeches all over the place before the election. Finally, they fight back. ABD, I'm special, all right. You're even more special, getting groomed by the trolls. Uh-oh. Yeah, I noticed that. You're definitely in bed with the trolls there, getting groomed by the trolls. Definitely. That's what's happening. But it's sort of like you're almost doing that to sort of spite Brett, because you know that the trolls speak negatively about Brett. So getting in bed with the trolls who speak negatively about Brett kind of ends up, you know, you're being the sort of here, take this, Brett. We'll give it back to you any way I can. But I don't like to get involved in other people's tiffs, though. So don't hate me for saying what I hate. Pierre couldn't attend since he lost his seat. So sad. Yeah, well, he could have been out on the street there shaking hands or something like that. Yeah, but he'll get his seat back in Alberta here, because there's going to be that by-election that Carney is going to allow. It'll just be a matter of time before Pierre is back in the scene again and we're able to hear his voice. But he did have his voice after the event, because the mainstream media did interview Pierre after the event, so at least you could say that. But on the other hand, what about Trudeau showing up with his green running shoes there, though? Come on. Like, that was pretty disrespectful to the king, if you ask me. What about billionaire BC mall owner Wellhog Louis is going to buy 28 Hudson's Bay stores? So we've got that whole thing coming up here, which is to do with, and we're at 7724 subs here at the moment, so we're not doing all that well. But we've got this crazy lady. Now, I'm not sure who it is here, but she's so happy that they're opening up a bottle of booze here and shaking it all over the place. Shake it up, shake it up. So, yeah, this is the story. Billionaire BC mall owner Wellhong Liu, Liu, is to buy 28 Hudson's Bay store leases and operate some kind of a store and hire a bunch of the people. But there you can see her signing some documents. And there's the bottle of booze. They're going to pop it open. And they're going to jump for joy all over the place there. Unbelievable. We've got the Chinese people are coming into Canada there and setting up malls and all kind of stuff and buying up our long-term Hudson's Bay Company store leases is what this story is all about. Shoot that sucker all over the ceiling. Look at that thing. It's going to go. It's going to blow. Go for it. So this is a terrible day for Canada, because we're losing our Hudson's Bay Company store. And if you watched my stream a couple of streams ago, I was live, and I was live on location. I actually went into the Hudson's Bay store and showed what it was like in that Hudson's Bay store. And actually, hang on a second here. Let me go to my stream and see if I can find that. Let me just view my channel here. Go to my lives and check that one out. And let's see, which live was that now? I forget which one it was here. Was it this one? Here, hang on. Let me see. Died. Out there yesterday. No, it wasn't that one. Hang on. Maybe it was this one here where I went out and about. And, like, if they try and hide from you. So,
but I want to see it. Why are you justifying it?
Thousands of people. And
we went to the Vatican and they lived by the dietary laws of the Bible.
No, I'm trying to find the one where I went maybe it was this one here. And I agree with that. The jail, just like maybe it got hidden or something, and I'm not sure. But anyways, too bad I can't find it here, because I went to that Hudson's Bay store and did a video inside the store. I wonder if it got hidden and it's not there. No, it can't be. Maybe it's this one here. Near driveway, Tommy. Yes, RV can park in Carney. Shame on his carbon taxes. Shame on the, no, I don't know. I'm just in the background here looking at some of my videos there to see what I can come up with when I went into that Hudson's Bay store. But anyways, they got taken over. And really, they're selling off all of the furniture, all of the fixtures. They had mannequins, just a ton of mannequins that they were trying to get rid of. Oh, here's another one that I can play here. I don't know if you saw this one here where Macron, the Emmanuel Macron, the leader of France, gets does he get slapped by his wife? Like, watch this closely here, this video here. And you'll see, here's the end of it here, where him and his wife come out of the airplane. But does he get shoved? Apparently, it's changed from him getting slapped to him getting shoved. Okay, and then they leave the airplane. But just watch this video here, right from the very beginning, right there. Okay, what's happening there? Is he getting slapped, or is he getting shoved by his wife there? But it says here, Macron says his wife was just playing around, and he shoved him. That's what his take is on the whole thing. And then right after this happens, then see, that happens, and then right after that, he waves, and then he goes back that way to go and talk to her, and then you can see right at the end there, he kind of, what is he doing? Right there. His hand is right up there in his face, and then he walks out with her, or rather, she walks out behind him, and he puts out his arm as if he wants her to grab his arm right there. You know how a man kind of loops his arm out a bit, and she does not want to have anything to do with him. She's not grabbing his arm, holding on to him or anything. So, yeah, Macron, the French leader, is getting abused with it or whatever there by his wife. Apparently, it was just in fun, whatever. So we're not going to say that that she hit him or whatever. He's not admitting to it anyway. So the rest of it is history, I guess, for the history books. CJ Canada, where do you think your sorry ass can come in and grandstanding about how it's your first time and attack me? F off. Yeah. Queenie, you see that, eh? I saw that. Well, so the question would be, who is that? Who is that? It could very well be somebody that you know, and that I know, and that we both know, but we don't know. If that makes sense. If that makes any sense. But yeah, I noticed that. Quack 13 in there. Queenie, please refrain from calling Tommy's chatters vile names. Thank you, Troy. Troy trying to be the referee. Thank you very much. Where's my referee whistle? I need a referee whistle here. Oh, I had one and I left it at the lake because I came up with a referee whistle. Stop attacking people. Yeah. Well, that would help. CJ Canada says, Edward, Cam, exactly. I listened to the UK podcast called The Telegraph, and they uploaded a great perspective on the Canadian performance. It's kind of humiliating. Oh, The Telegraph. Yeah. Well, there's a Canadian podcaster, The Telegraph or whatever, and he's always knocking what's happening there on the Liberal side. Butterflies are free says my mic sounds terrible. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to review my audio and see why it sounds terrible, because I'm listening to it here in my headphones, which is just before it hits StreamYard. Hang on, let me look at my settings here in StreamYard and just double check. No, it's I don't know, it's not overdriving, and I'm listening to the cable that is coming out of, so it should be good.
Testing the speakers on StreamYard.
It should be
Sounds like they're working. Have a great show. Testing your speakers on StreamYard. Sounds like they're working.
Sounds good.
Have a great show.
But I'll check my audio settings. I can't really do too much about it at this point. Thanks a lot for that membership. Let me just double check who's given us that membership there. Thank you very much for for that membership down in the chat there. Just trying to roll to it here. Holy smokes, my thing is down here. New member, Carlette. It's Carlette. Carlette Cat. Good to see you there, Carlette. In there again.
Oh, Catwoman. Catwoman, will you never learn?
Oh, yeah. No, she'll never learn. But thanks a lot for becoming a member, Carlette.
Tune in tomorrow. Same cat time, same cat channel.
That's right. Appreciate that membership. Thank you very much. That really, I'm gonna definitely be coming live here a lot more often than I have in the past month or so. Just because I've been going out to the lake and getting things set up at the lake. Things are all set up there now, and I have a new thing that that we're into at the lake and into going to the lake and traveling and stuff like that. So I'll be introducing you to that when I go mobile, and it'll be a fun time. Also, I may very well be doing some streams on my bicycle. In fact, I might very well, when I end this stream here, if you see me go live again here today, it might be on my bicycle. We'll see what happens there. But I find that sometimes when I'm on my bicycle, I go down in the valley, and the stream is not great. And you know how it gets pixelated and that kind of thing. So we'll have to think about that as to whether or not that's going to happen. But yeah, we'll definitely be going live a lot more often. We're getting more people coming back in here again that we haven't seen in a while. Brenda Bridge in there, Daisy's in there. We got ABD is in there. Parta Bonza, hot in the house there. Good to see you. Unfortunately, my audio is garbled now. Hang on a second. Okay, did that change things at all there when I removed myself from the stream? And hang on a second here. Let me just back up one more time here. Stand by. Okay, tell me if my audio is better now, because I actually went out of the stream completely and then came back into the stream here now. Just give me a 1 if the audio is better, or give me a 2 if the audio is still sounding terrible. Because when I listen to it in my headphones, it sounds pretty good. And I'm listening to it just before it hits StreamYard. Partibonza says 1. Okay, it's good. Okay, so maybe what happened is because I've been live here for 3 hours and almost 4 hours, maybe something happened to the browser, because this StreamYard uses a browser, and then everything goes into the browser, which to me, it's like one more thing to go wrong, if you know what I mean. And I don't like stuff to be wrong. I like it to be perfect, picture perfect. But we're not picture perfect on this number, because we're still sitting at 77.23. We're trying to hit 77.30, and I actually went down. I'm losing subs. People are unsubbing from me because of all the infighting and stuff like that in the chat. It's like terrible, terrible. There you go.
Oh, Catwoman. Catwoman, will you never learn?
There you go. So that might sound a little bit better.
Tune in tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
That's right. Looking good. Tune in tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Hardy. Oh no. What's this all about? We don't want that. We don't want that. I don't think we want that. I think we want to be have a little bit of Canada in there too. We're all on Turtle Island. This is Turtle Island. But yeah, at the end of the day, what about Mexico? Why doesn't Trump want to have anything to do with Mexico? What's the big deal about Canada? Why isn't he talking about Mexico being the 51st state? What is Mexico no good? No, it's like too many banditos there with too many guns and stuff like that they'll put up too much of a fight. Is that what that's all about? Meanwhile, up here in Canada, all we're doing is just making fentanyl and sending it down to the States there and buying guns for doing, home invasions and stuff like that up here in Canada. I don't know, but that number is not picking up at all. I'm not doing great at all. Let's see. What else is going on here? Yeah, this was the big story though. It was the king. The king. He pulls out this book. Okay, and then he has a lot of trouble opening up the very first page, and then it ends up where he just reads it, and it's like he's reading a Carney speech, liberal written Carney speech, is what the whole thing was. So I was really, really disappointed, and I was more disappointed in the legacy media on not calling him out for doing that. They didn't call him out. It was like, oh yeah, he came into the country and he affirmed the fact that Canada is a sovereign country by reading this speech. No, he didn't. All he did is he just verbatim read crap that Carney would have said on his campaign across Canada. That's all it was. It was pathetic. And shame on the mainstream media, on the legacy media, as I like to call them, because they're like on their way out. And yeah, at the end of the day, it was kind of a bit pathetic, I'd have to say. Unfortunately, it wasn't great. We could have done better. So it was kind of sad. Butterflies Are Free says too. What do you think about the throne speech? Yeah, I know. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was the king being flown in for like a couple $1 million worth of fanfare, and us sending our airplane in to pick him up and bring him here and to take him back to the UK. So big money being spent on the whole thing, and all he did was read a liberal speech. That's all it was. They didn't even doctor it to make it look like he wrote it or that he had any say in it. It was a Carney clown show. I hate to use that term. I don't like to put people down like that or call people names, but let's face it, it was a Carney clown show. And he got duped into the whole thing because he's Carney's net zero carbon tax buddy, right? I've seen him do have you seen the Zoom call with Carney's wife and Carney in there? Carney's wife was in there. The king is in there, and they're all talking about net zero and how they're going to bring this on to all the corporations and every country in the world, and everyone has to get all on board, and all of these different money things like for the pension funds and stuff like that all have to invest in all this net zero stuff. He's the one that was behind it, along with Carney and Carney's wife. They're all behind it, and they duped us all into the whole bloody thing. It was all a big scam, and I hate to tell it to you. I don't know if you loved it. If you loved it, well, all I can say is you must be blind and deaf, right? Oh, look it. We got lots of stuff in here. What's that stuff? That from school?
No, it's from the mail.
Mail. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Set it right here. Okay, that being said, it's that time of the day where youngins get home here because it's just before 3 o'clock. So I'm going to have to say thank you very much for sticking with us on the stream. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. You can always go back to the beginning and listen to all of the stuff that happened. But I had fun. I hope you had fun talking about all this political stuff here. We didn't talk too much about Trump. But yeah, you can watch it over on Fox News there, the rest of it. Thank you very much to anyone that donated to the channel. I do appreciate that. And yeah, we'll do it again here. Thank you very, very much for being our friend over here. Take care. Tommy won't address his misinformation. Yeah, well, Sandy, you always come in here and say, oh, nothing but misinformation. But why don't you just say what the misinformation is? Okay, got G Abbott in there, popping in a little late, better late. You must be at work or something like that. Yeah, because you're getting in here late because we've been going at it for 4 hours here already. 100 people in the room, wow, on the different platforms. Thank you very much, everyone. 74 on the live chat and YouTube, and I got a few more people, 25 people over on the other streams. Thanks a lot. Take care. Stay out of trouble. And if you can't stay out of trouble, name it after me. Woohoo. Pro-life. Daisy. Sandy Foster. AMC. OG Abbott. The best of the best, She-Hawk. Bullets and Barbecue. ABD. Brett. Gra. God rides a Harley. Everyone in the chat. I'm going to go out for a bike ride. So if you see me live on the bike, I might go live for a little bit on the bike as I'm going down the trails and going down some weird places. So look forward to that. We're out of here. Like a dirty shirt.